Chapter 2987. Ha! Tang Kong sneered. Back in Fengdu City, my master had the netherworld treasure mirror and all of you bowed to him. Who dared to oppose him? My master has only left for a short while and all of you can't wait to jump out. Aren't you afraid that my master will kill all of you when he returns? The 7 Hell Masters and the Boundary Emperors all changed their expressions when they heard this. In their hearts, they were still somewhat fearful of the new Lord of Hell. After a moment of silence, Hell Master Ku Quan laughed and said, "There has been no news of him for so many years. I guess he must have died in the middle world. He's just a dead man. What's there to be afraid of? Tang Kong, Ku Quan, don't try to stall for time. If you don't get out of the way, we'll give the order to kill without mercy." Perhaps Tang Kong's words had caused the 7 Hell Masters to panic. They did not want to drag this out for fear of any unexpected changes. At this moment, the door of the main hall slowly opened. Princess Yufei walked out from inside. The eyes of the hundreds of millions of hell beings lit up when they saw Princess Yufei. Princess Yufei looked thinner and more haggard, but she was still stunning and instantly attracted countless gazes. Over the years, because she had mastered the Hell Sutra of the 9 Springs, her cultivation speed had been extremely fast. Although she had not become a netherworld king, she had cultivated to the peak of the netherworld general realm. "Mistress, why have you come out?" Wu Dao's original body had saved Tang Kong before. Even in the face of Princess Yufei, whose cultivation level was far lower than his, Tang Kong was still extremely respectful. "Thank you for protecting me all these years." Princess Yufei bowed deeply to Hell Master Ku Quan and Tang Kong. If not for these two, she would not have been able to survive until today. Princess Yufei said, "The person they want is me. The two of you don't have to sacrifice your lives for me." Tang Kong was about to speak when Princess Yufei used her divine consciousness to say, "Escape. You must survive. I believe he will come back. Someone has to tell him about today's matter." Tang Kong was silent. Bitter Spring Prison Lord smiled bitterly. "Tang Kong, you should go. I don't have much time left. I'll stay here and accompany Mistress on her last journey." Seeing that Princess Yufei was willing to come out, Hell Lord Hong Quan was naturally overjoyed. He looked at Princess Yufei and said softly, "You don't have to be afraid. As long as you obey me, when I become the Lord of Hell, you will still be the matriarch of Hell. You will never become the Lord of Hell." Princess Yufei shook her head and said, "There is only one Master of Hell. He's dead." Hell Master Hong Quan's face darkened as he said coldly. Spring Hell Master sneered and said, "Even if he's not dead, he won't be able to stop us." That day in Fengdu City, he gave it his all and only managed to kill 2 quasi-emperors. He was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. In the end, he had to use the underworld treasure mirror to stabilize the situation. Now, we have 20 quasi-emperors. If he dares to return, he will definitely die. Even the underworld treasure mirror will not be able to protect him. Rumble. A loud noise suddenly came from the depths of the cold spring hall, and the entire hell shook. Hundreds of millions of hell beings gathered in the square, and it was originally noisy. But at this moment, everyone held their breath and looked in the direction of the sound. Even the 7 Hell Masters and more than a dozen quasi-emperors frowned as they stared at the depths of the cold spring hall, as if they wanted to see through the situation inside. However, although the door of the hall was open, it was dark inside. There was a powerful force that blocked everyone's vision and divine sense. Before anyone could react, the sound of footsteps could be heard in the hall. It came from afar and soon arrived at the entrance of the hall. Under countless gazes, a man in a purple robe, with a head of black hair and a silver mask walked out. The Lord of Hell. After a brief silence, there was an uproar in the sky and on the ground. Even the quasi-emperors in the air were shocked. Their eyes flickered, and their expressions were uncertain. Tang Kong, Hell Master Ku Quan, and the others were in high spirits, and they were overjoyed. Princess Yufei looked at the familiar figure not far away. Her eyes were a little red, but she only pursed her lips and did not say a word. Wu Dao's appearance immediately suppressed the aura of the army of hundreds of millions of hell beings. Hell Master Ku Quan was the first to react. If this continued, they would be defeated without a fight. Hell Master Ku Quan suddenly said in a low voice, "This person is not the Lord of Hell. He is only wearing a mask and pretending to be the Lord of Hell." No one knew what the Lord of Hell looked like except for Princess Yufei. Hell Master Ku Quan's clever move was that even if the Lord of Hell in front of them was real, there was no way to explain. Even if Wu Dao took off his mask, no one would recognize him. He could have confidently declared that the Lord of Hell was a fake. Hell Master Ku Quan was also a little skeptical. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? He had just said that he would kill the Lord of Hell, and the Lord of Hell had appeared. He only understood when he heard Hell Master Ku Quan's words. Regardless of whether the Lord of Hell in front of them was real or fake, they had to kill him first to prevent future troubles. Hell Master Ku Quan said in a low voice, "Everyone, let's attack together and kill this fake Lord of Hell." Hell Master Ku Quan's words dispelled the concerns of many hell beings. They would inevitably be wary if they were to attack the Lord of Hell. However, if they were to attack a fake Lord of Hell, they would have no qualms. In the face of the murderous boundary emperors, the Lord of Hell who had suddenly appeared seemed extremely calm. He did not take them to heart at all. Instead, he chatted casually with Princess Yufei. "Why are there so many boundary emperors?" Wu Dao asked. Before he left, Hell Master Ku Quan was the only boundary emperor left. However, there were 20 of them in front of him. There were more than 30 boundary emperors lurking nearby. Princess Yufei briefly explained the situation of the many world fragments that had fallen into hell 10 years ago. 10 years ago? Perfect world fragments? Wu Dao raised his eyebrows slightly. He thought for a moment and understood the reason. Those perfect world fragments from 10 years ago should have been the constellation Horn Demon Emperor who had died in his hands. At that time, the door of Frost Hell had swallowed more than half of the constellation Horn Demon Emperor's perfect world. Although Wu Dao had cultivated the door of Frost Hell, he had not cultivated to the point where he could control things that fell into the door of Frost Hell. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to it. He did not expect that these world fragments would instead create the Hell Kings and Underworld Kings of Hell. The two of them had only exchanged a few words when the 7 Hell Masters and more than a dozen Boundary Emperors had already arrived. They all released their Boundary Emperor's grotto heavens. Hell Master Ku Quan and Tang Kong looked solemn. Wu Dao did not look up as if he did not see this scene. He only sighed softly at Princess Yufei and said, "It's my fault. Those perfect world fragments were accidentally dropped after I killed an opponent." When they heard the Martial Dao body's words, the 20 Boundary Emperors who had just arrived stopped in their tracks. What do you mean?" Some of them thought for a moment and quickly realized what he meant. They were so frightened that they trembled and their expressions changed. Some of them felt their legs go weak and almost fell from the sky. My friends in the college entrance examination, do your best. End of chapter. Chapter 2988. With just one sentence from Wu Dao's true body, the 7 hell overlords were thrown into disarray, their morale falling apart. This was not their fault. It was just that this sentence sounded too shocking. What kind of people possessed a perfect world? A true Imperial Emperor expert. And a peak Emperor. However, even a peak Emperor had been killed by Araki Takashi. They dared to attack Wu Dao's true body because they had the combat strength of a Boundary Emperor. But now, they suddenly realized that the reason they could become Boundary Emperors was because Araki Takashi had unintentionally given them an opportunity. The battle had not yet begun, but their courage had weakened and they were at a loss. Hell Overlord Dark Spring saw that the situation was not good. If this continued, they would collapse without a fight even if Wu Dao's true body did not make a move. Everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. Hell Overlord Dark Spring said in a deep voice. Before the Lord of Hell left, his combat strength had not reached the Emperor realm. Now that only a few thousand years have passed, how could he have reached the level of killing a peak Emperor? That's right. Hell Overlord Dark Spring also said loudly, his words are full of loopholes and prove the fact that he is pretending to be the Lord of Hell. We are Hell Overlords. You are too naive to think that you can scare us with just one sentence. The 7 Hell Overlords gradually calmed down. However, the other boundary emperors were still a little hesitant. Hell Overlord Dark Spring swept his gaze and sneered, if you are scared off by just one sentence from him today, you will lose all face and become a laughing stock in the Hell world. When the boundary emperors heard this, they also felt a little embarrassed. They once again held up their boundary emperor grotto heavens and stared at Wu Dao's true body, ready to attack. Wu Dao's true body turned around and glanced at the 20 boundary emperors around him. His gaze was calm as he said slowly, losing face is better than losing life. In the Great Wasteland domain, he had experienced a true emperor battle. Those he faced were all peerless emperors and even peak emperors. Now, looking at the 20 boundary emperors around him, he really did not have much interest. Wu Dao's original body didn't even make a move. He just glanced at them indifferently and moved his divine sense. Suddenly, the bodies of the 20 quasi-emperors heated up. Whoosh! Before they could react, numerous crimson-red flames shot out from their bodies, burning their internal organs. Their skin and flesh cracked like red lotuses, and flames gushed out from their 7 apertures. The grotto heavens of these quasi-emperors were burning with raging flames, instantly turning red. In just a few breaths, he could no longer hold on and completely collapsed. Wu Dao's true body controlled these 6 supreme flames. As his cultivation base and divine sense increased, the power of each of these flames would increase as well. With his current cultivation level, even if it was just one type of flame, the surrounding boundary emperors would not be able to withstand it. Ah! 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 Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the bodies of the 20 quasi-emperors burned with red lotus hellfire, as they screamed miserably. No matter how they struggled, they could not break free from the red lotus karmic fire. The red lotus karmic fire burned all sins. Only those who were not tainted by karma and sinful would not be harmed at all. This scene was too impactful for the billions of living beings in hell. From the beginning to the end, Wu Dao's true body did not even move a single finger. In a few breaths, the 20 quasi-emperors were burned to ashes without a corpse left. Even the Lord of Hell back then was probably nothing more than this. In the past 10 years, the number of Hell experts who obtained the world fragment of the constellation Horn Demon Emperor and became quasi-emperors was more than the 20 that had just died. In the vicinity, there were more than 30 quasi-emperors lying in wait, waiting to see what would happen. Now that they saw this scene, the quasi-emperors did not dare to hesitate and appeared one after another. They came to the cold spring hall and knelt down to Wu Dao's true body. "Greetings, Master." The quasi-emperors bowed down. In the sky and on the ground, the billions of living beings in hell knelt on the ground with terrified expressions. Wu Dao's true body ignored them. He seemed to have discovered something and was deep in thought. Just now, when the red lotus karmic fire ignited on the bodies of the 20 quasi-emperors, the flames of the red lotus karmic fire deviated slightly. Wu Dao's true body stretched out his fingertip, and a cluster of red lotus karmic fire burned on it. The flame was slightly tilted, as if there was a special force guiding it in that direction. That was the direction of the cold spring of hell. The last time when Wu Dao's true body released the red lotus karmic fire, such a situation did not occur. It was just that after the red lotus karmic fire, burned the nether energy, its power would increase. Now, it was very likely that the red lotus karmic fire's power had increased as his cultivation level increased. But what was this mysterious attraction to the red lotus karmic fire? The source was the cold spring of hell? The records of hell did not seem to mention that the cold spring of hell had such a characteristic. Or was the source of this attraction also the source of the cold spring of hell, the nether river? Wu Dao's true body pondered for a long time, temporarily suppressing the curiosity in his heart. Dai Yu had once told him that there was a great terror at the end of the nether river. If even Dai Yu was so afraid, there was no need for him to take the risk now. The most important thing was to cultivate the Hell Sutra of the Nine Springs, and at the same time refine the many fragments of the world to step into the Emperor realm. Wu Dao's true body was daydreaming, thinking about other things. The 30 or so quasi-emperors and hundreds of millions of hell creatures knelt on the ground, not daring to move. They were extremely anxious and tormented. Who knew what the Lord of Hell was thinking? It was not impossible for him to vent his anger on them because they did not do anything. The more Wu Dao's true body remained silent, the more afraid this group of people became, and their imaginations ran wild. Master? Hell Overlord Ku Quan called out softly. Wu Dao's true body came back to his senses. Hell Overlord Ku Quan pointed at the group of hell creatures kneeling on the square, and said tentatively, although these people are in the wrong, they do not deserve to die. They will be a great help if they stay by your side. Why don't you give them a chance? Rise. Wu Dao's true body nodded slightly. He did not intend to start a massacre and kill all of them. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief as if they had been pardoned, but they still did not dare to rise. Wu Dao's true body looked at the 30 or so quasi-emperors and hundreds of millions of hell creatures not far away, and said slowly, if you are willing to serve me as your master, there will naturally be greater opportunities for you in the future. If you are not willing, you can leave now. The 30 or so quasi-emperors were energized when they heard this. Wu Dao's true body had only killed a peak emperor, and the fragments of the world that fell unintentionally could help them become quasi-emperors. If there was greater opportunities, who would not be tempted? We are willing to follow Master to death. If we betray you, may the heavens and earth destroy us. The 30 or so quasi-emperors said in unison, and the hundreds of millions of hell creatures echoed. Hell Overlord Ku Quan looked a little lonely when he saw this. He did not have much time left, and even if there were more opportunities, it would have nothing to do with him. Chapter 2989. Wu Dao body turned to look at Tang Kong and Bitter Spring Hell Lord, nodding slightly, thank you both for this time. Naturally, he could see that if it weren't for Hell Overlord Ku Quan and Tang Kong's desperate protection, Lady Jade wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Tang Kong smiled. Master, you're too kind. It's our responsibility. Ku Quan also smiled. I don't have much time left. Now that Master has returned and is guarding Hell, I can leave in peace. The martial Dao body patted the Bitter Spring Hell Lord's arm and said, with me here, you won't die. Huh? Prison Master Ku Quan was startled. He didn't quite understand what the martial Dao Master meant. He hesitated and said, I'm afraid I only have a few thousand years left. The Grotto Heaven King's lifespan was 1,000,000 years. Although a quasi-emperor had not truly stepped into the emperor realm, their lifespan was greatly increased, reaching 2 to 3 million years. A few thousand years may seem long, but for a quasi-emperor with a lifespan of 3 million years, it was just a blink of an eye. Wu Dao said, don't worry. A few thousand years is enough. Wu Dao did not say anything. He did have a way to give Ku Quan and the others an opportunity, but the time was not yet right. Ku Quan saw that Wu Dao's tone was firm, and did not seem to be joking. He could not help but let his imagination run wild. He only had a few thousand years left. If he did not want to die, there was only one way, and that was to step into the Emperor realm. Only by stepping into the Emperor realm and increasing his lifespan could he survive. But the infernal court was shattered, and its laws were incomplete. He had been stuck at the quasi-emperor realm for 2 million years. It was impossible for him to step into the emperor realm. Could Master let me step into the emperor realm and become a true emperor? Thinking of this, Ku Quan's heart, which had been dead for many years, was stirred again. Wu Dao looked at Ku Quan and Tang Kong. I'm going to seclude myself in the infernal court for a while. I'll leave this place to you. Ku Quan and Tang Kong bowed and agreed. Emperor Qing Yen said that he would make a comeback. Dai Yu estimated that it might take a few hundred years. Time was tight. Wu Dao's true body exchanged a few words with Princess Yufei before heading to the cold springs of the other 7 hells to cultivate the remaining 7 chapters of the 9 Springs Hell Sutra. Flower Realm, Planet Qinglian. Over the past 10 years, Wu Dao's original body and Dai Yu had been discussing Dao in the Great Wasteland domain while Qinglian's original body was in seclusion. She had also gained a lot. However, after Wu Dao's true body entered Hell, the connection between the 2 true bodies was once again severed. Su Zimo gradually woke up from his secluded cultivation in the cave. After calling Kitsune and Carefree over to his side, Su Zimo said, "Prepare yourselves. I'll take the 2 of you away from this place and return to the Sword World." Kitsune naturally had no problem with it and nodded calmly. Carefree stood at the side with an awkward expression, and he stuttered and hesitated to speak. "What's the matter?" Su Zimo looked at Carefree in surprise and asked. Bai Ming Shui smiled at the side and said, "Master, let's go back. Let Xiaoyao stay here to accompany his sister Mulian." Carefree's face instantly flushed red when he heard this. Carefree glared at Kitsune and did not speak. He seemed to be silently protesting against Kitsune exposing his past. Huh? Su Zimo was stunned. Seeing Carefree's angry and embarrassed look, he knew that Kitsune was right. Over the years, he had spent most of his time in seclusion and did not pay much attention to his second disciple. He did not expect that Carefree and Mulian would develop so quickly. Su Zimo smiled and asked, "I remember that before you went into seclusion, the 2 of you stayed together all day to discuss Dao and learn from each other, right?" Kitsune curled her lips slightly and said, "In the first year, he followed me and called me senior sister all day long. In the next few years, it was difficult for me to see him even once." "No way." Carefree looked embarrassed as he mumbled. Mulian was a chivalrous and upright person. If Carefree could become her Dao companion, Su Zimo would naturally be happy for him. However, he had another layer of worry in his heart. This was also the reason why he wanted to leave the flower world. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and said, "Do you still remember the nether calamity poison that Immortal King Yulan mentioned when he visited the Sword World?" Kitsune nodded. Su Zimo said, "At that time, Immortal King Yulan said that a large amount of water in the flower world was contaminated by the nether calamity poison, but no one noticed it. At that time, I suspected that this nether calamity poison might have been sprinkled by someone in the flower world. Moreover, this person's status in the flower world might not be low. It was precisely because of this suspicion that Su Zimo instructed Immortal King Yulan to hide the situation of the 3 of them after coming to the flower world to prevent them from being targeted by the person who poisoned them. Why would someone in the flower world harm their own people?" Carefree asked in confusion. Su Zimo shook his head and did not say anything. This was only his guess, and he did not have any evidence. Su Zimo said, "No matter what, Carefree, if you want to stay on planet Qinglian, you must be careful everywhere. Not only do you have to hide your bloodline, but you also have to pay attention to some hidden dangers." Carefree nodded. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and left a message talisman to Carefree, saying, "If you feel that something is wrong, escape as soon as possible. If you can't escape, tear this message talisman and I will know." Thank you, Master. Carefree hurriedly knelt on the ground and bowed to Su Zimo, his eyes slightly red. Get up. Su Zimo smiled and gently flicked his sleeve, lifting Carefree up. Then, after a little tidying up, he took Kitsune, bade farewell to Immortal King Yulan, and drove the Immortal boat to the Sword World. Although Su Zimo had not stepped into the Grotto Heaven realm, he could break through the void and enter the spatial tunnel with the help of the Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven Phantom. On the way back, Su Zimo said, "This time, I will probably leave the Sword World." Leave the Sword World? Kitsune looked at Su Zimo, a little puzzled. She could tell that Su Zimo's departure might not be as simple as going out for a walk. Su Zimo nodded and said, "In the beginning, when Emperor Iron Crown invited me to join the Sword World, I told him that I would leave one day." Of course, this was not an impromptu idea. Very early on, Su Zimo had thought of establishing a force so that the beings of the lower worlds could have equal opportunities to cultivate. The Heaven Baron sect was established under this idea. But as time passed, chaos appeared in Heaven Baron, Emperor Bo Sun entered the Pure Land of Bliss, the world-destroying Demon Emperor came back to life, and Immortal Emperor Chunmu guarded the Nine Heavens' immortal realm. There were signs that the Heaven World was no longer a good place. The Heaven Baron sect would definitely evacuate. Moreover, Immortal Emperor Chunmu had said something meaningful to him in the Emperor Tomb, telling him to escape as soon as possible so that he would not be involved in a catastrophe. Once the catastrophe that swept across 3,000 worlds broke out, at least so far, except for Wu Dao's original body, all his old friends of Heaven Baron, including his Qinglian's real body, would not be able to withstand it. Su Zimo had to leave a way out for these old friends of Heaven Baron. Chapter 2990. Master, where are you going? I'll follow you. Kitsune said. Su Zimo shook his head slightly. Stay in Sword World for now and continue cultivating. Strive to cultivate the true Wu Dao body to perfection as soon as possible. I'm going out to travel. If you follow me, you won't be able to gain any experience and might not even have time to cultivate. Kitsune lowered her head slightly in disappointment. After the two of them returned to Sword World, Su Zimo reorganized himself slightly before heading to Myriad Sword Palace to visit the three Emperor Lords who controlled Sword World. The three of them were not surprised to hear that Su Zimo intended to leave. Back then, the three of them had expected this day to come. The main reason why the old man with the iron crown left Su Zimo behind to be the Peak Master of Ninth Sword Peak was to form a good relationship with him. However, the three of them were still surprised to hear that Su Zimo did not intend to be the Peak Master of Ninth Sword Peak. Su Zimo did not hide it and said, "If there's a chance in the future, I'll establish a faction and it's not suitable for me to be the Peak Master of Sword World." That was only one of the reasons. There was another reason that he did not mention. The three of them exchanged glances. They could not force Su Zimo since he had already made up his mind. The fat old man sighed. It's a pity that the position of Peak Master of Ninth Sword Peak is empty. There's probably no suitable person in Sword World. Do you have anyone to recommend? The skinny old man looked at Su Zimo and asked. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and said, "Kitsune." Her. The fat old man and thin old man exchanged glances in deep thought. The fat old man pondered and said, "Kitsune attracted the 99 heavenly tribulations. After you left, she became the #1 true spirit of Sword World and obtained your legacy. Her potential is limitless and she is indeed qualified to be the Peak Master of Ninth Sword Peak." The skinny old man frowned. She is indeed qualified. However, her cultivation realm is not high enough and it's a little early for her to be the Peak Master. The old man with the iron crown said, "Cultivation realm isn't a problem." When Su Zimo was the Peak Master of the Ninth Sword Peak, he was only at the True Spirit realm. The problem is, the Ninth Sword Peak contains the sword burial Dao you left behind, yet Dark North seems to have not comprehended the sword burial Tao. So, how can he be the master of a peak? Su Zimo said, as far as I'm concerned, the 9th sword peak isn't equal to the burial peak. If Dark North were to become the peak master of the 9th sword peak, she would leave behind her own sword Tao on it. During the 10 years that Kitsune cultivated in the flower world, she had once sparred with Xiao Yao and gained a lot from it. Even Su Zimo could sense the changes in Kitsune. Kitsune's cultivation method was inherited from Wu Dao. But in the sword Dao, she formed her own sect. The old man's eyes lit up. In this way, the 9th sword peak might become the most unique existence in the sword dimension. The old man with the iron crown said, in recent years, there have been frequent wars in the 3,000 worlds. The wars between the dragons, phoenixes, and the Kuan-Peng have involved many worlds. You have to be careful when you travel. Don't get involved in these wars. Otherwise, it will be difficult to escape. The fat old man nodded and said, in a war of this scale, even immortal kings can't protect themselves, let alone true spirit realm experts. The thin old man also said, it's not just a war between these super worlds. I heard that the civil war in the Great Wasteland domain is very tragic. Imperial emperors have fallen one after another, and there are even peak imperial emperors who died in the Great Wasteland. The old man with the iron crown said in a deep voice, I heard that the blood butterfly demon empress in the Great Wasteland domain has a helper by her side. His Daoist name is Araki Takeshi, and his combat strength is extremely terrifying. After a pause, the old man with the iron crown reminded again, Su Zimo, you must not go to the Great Wasteland. It's too dangerous there. Su Zimo coughed softly and agreed casually. The old man with the iron crown was puzzled when he saw Su Zimo's strange expression. He asked, do you have a destination in mind for your trip this time? Su Zimo recalled everything that happened in Tsanglang mountain range and could not help but smile. He nodded and said, Sanguine Ape World. Su Zimo had met most of his old friends who had ascended to the upper world from Tianhuang mainland or obtained some information about them. Monkey was the only one who had no news of him. Monkey belonged to the Sanguine Ape race and logically speaking, he should have ascended to the Sanguine Ape world. However, due to the calamity of the Sanguine Apes, the Sanguine Apes did not step foot into the celestial tribute world and Su Zimo did not have the chance to find out about Monkey's whereabouts. Now that he planned to leave the sword world and travel, the first person he thought of was Monkey. The two of them knew each other the earliest and had a deep relationship. Not only did Monkey save his life, the two of them even lived together in Tsanglang mountain range for a period of time. Those days were unforgettable. Sanguine Ape World? The old man with the iron crown thought for a moment and said, the Sanguine Ape World isn't that dangerous. Ever since the calamity of the Sanguine Apes, the Sanguine Apes suffered heavy losses and their vitality was greatly damaged. They rarely appear in the 3,000 realms anymore. The fat old man advised, you're only a step away from the Grotto Heaven realm. Why don't you wait until you enter the Grotto Heaven realm before leaving? That way, you'll be safer. That's right. The skinny old man nodded as well. Su Zimo said, my situation is a little special. If I cultivate in seclusion, I don't know how long it'll take for me to enter the Grotto Heaven realm. Seniors, there's no need to worry. Given my current cultivation, unless an Imperial Lord expert attacks personally, the others won't pose much of a threat to me. Given his current combat strength, he could definitely kill ordinary kings. Even if he encountered peerless or peak kings, he could make use of the Tai Yin Yang escape technique to escape from the battlefield at any time. The three Imperial Lords reminded him again before allowing Su Zimo to leave. Before he left, Su Zimo visited the 8 peak masters and drank until dawn. After that, he met with Yun Ting again. Ever since the battle in the Divine Firmament Immortal domain, the gap between the two of them had gradually widened. In terms of cultivation realm, Yunting was not too far behind Su Zimo. However, Yunting knew in his heart that the difference in combat strength between the two of them was like heaven and earth. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough. However, Su Zimo was way too terrifying. His 9 supreme divine powers were unprecedented and unparalleled, never before seen in history. After bidding farewell to everyone from the Sword World and settling everything, Su Zimo left for the Blood Ape realm. Su Zimo was not worried about Monkey's situation. He heard from the Sword World that the Blood Ape race would not look down on their tribesmen who ascended from the lower world. Given Monkey's talent, he should be able to do well in the Blood Ape realm. He traveled through the spatial tunnel continuously. Relying on his spirit perception, he avoided dangerous places like black holes in space. Along the way, he was more scared than hurt. More than 2 months later, a huge and dark spatial rift suddenly appeared in the starry sky. A black-haired, green-robed man walked out. He had a head full of black hair and looked travel-worn. However, his eyes were bright and spirited. The green-robed man stood in midair and looked into the distance. Endless mountain ranges coiled in the starry sky like dragons, forming a boundless continent that was extremely majestic and shocking. The mountain peaks towered above and ancient trees provided shade. Compared to the ancient trees and mountains, the surrounding stars seemed much smaller. Among them, the most obvious was a blood-colored mountain peak in the center of the mountain range. It was tall and steep, almost piercing through the firmaments. A single glance at the blood-colored mountain peak and the green-robed man felt a surge of battle intent surging towards him. Blood Ape Realm, the green-robed man muttered softly. Chapter 2991. Who's there? The moment the green-robed man approached the Blood Ape world, 2 true spirit experts of the Blood Ape world appeared and blocked his path, hollering. The green-robed man smiled and cupped his fists. I'm Su Zimo and I'm here to visit an old friend. Su Zimo did not intend to continue hiding after leaving Sword World and relinquishing his position as the Peak Master of 9th Sword Peak. Instead, he wanted to revert to his true name. On one hand, it was because his cultivation was growing and he had the strength to protect himself. On the other hand, it was also because of the strength of Wu Dao's true body. Old friend? The 2 Blood Ape true spirits frowned and sized up Su Zimo with a scrutinizing gaze. The green-robed man looked travel-worn and should have come from afar. True spirit experts would encounter many unexpected dangers if they traveled long distances through the cosmos. It could be said that they would most likely die. This human true spirit looked frail, to think that he would have such guts and methods. What's the name of your old friend? The Blood Ape true spirit on the left asked. I don't know, Su Zimo shook his head gently. The expressions of the 2 Blood Ape true spirits darkened. They thought that Su Zimo was toying with them and were about to fly into a rage. Su Zimo spoke once more. That old friend came from Tianhuang mainland in the lower world. When he was in the lower world, he did not have a name. Therefore, I'm not sure if he has a name after ascending. Tianhuang mainland? The Blood Ape true spirit on the right frowned slightly and whispered, could it be senior brother Yuan Huang? That's possible, the one on the left replied. Master asked senior brother Yuan Huang and he seemed to have mentioned that he came from some Tianhuang mainland. That's why he used that name. When the 2 Blood Ape true spirits saw that Su Zimo had a friendly expression and sounded sincere without any pretense, they let down their guard. Follow me, the Blood Ape true spirit on the left turned and led the way towards the blood-colored mountain peak while saying, the true spirit battle is being held in our race recently and senior brother Yuan Huang is also a popular candidate for the number 1 true spirit. Oh? Su Zimo's eyes lit up. It seemed that not only was the monkey living a good life in the Blood Ape realm, but he was also successful in his cultivation. He actually had a chance of contending for the title of the number 1 true spirit in the clan. May I know your name, fellow Daoist? Su Zimo asked. My name is Yuanan, the true spirit of the Blood Ape clan replied. The two of them sped along, and it didn't take long for them to arrive near the blood-colored mountain peak. As soon as he approached, Su Zimo heard the cries of sanguine apes reverberating between the numerous mountains and ancient trees. It was extremely lively. Su Zimo looked over and saw numerous blood apes gathered near the blood-colored mountain, and numerous figures stood on the ancient trees. They were densely packed and innumerable, causing it to be an unprecedentedly grand scene. From the looks of it, this true spirit battle was a rare event for the Blood Ape realm. At the foot of the mountain, there were 10 huge stone platforms. On each platform, there were 2 blood apes fighting each other. There was even a gigantic empty ranking board pasted on the blood-colored mountain peak. Yuanan explained, those 10 stone platforms are the battle platforms of our race, and that ranking board is the combat ranking. In every true spirit battle, only the top 10 clansmen will be able to leave their names on the combat ranking. Su Zimo nodded and scanned his surroundings, searching for traces of monkey. Senior brother Yuan Huang is over there. Yuanan pointed into the distance. Su Zimo looked over and could not help but chuckle. The blood ape in the distance was seated in a lotus position with his eyes closed. Although his side profile was facing them, Su Zimo recognized him immediately. That blood ape named Yuan Huang was none other than Monkey. After so many years, Monkey's body had changed tremendously. His body was clearly much taller and more muscular, while his arms were longer and abnormally thick. Senior brother Yuan Huang just fought a huge battle and is recuperating. Don't disturb him for now. Yuanan did not continue to lead Su Zimo forward. Instead, he descended on the periphery and said in a low voice, the top 10 of the true spirit battle have been decided. There's still the final ranking battle. It won't be too late for you to visit him after the ranking battle. Alright. Seeing that Monkey was fine, Su Zimo was not in a hurry to meet him. He could observe Monkey's abilities from the side. Su Zimo took a quick look. In this true spirit battle of the blood apes, apart from the many spectators and participating true spirits, there were also 6 kings presiding over the true spirit battle. Not long after, the battle for the top 10 began. Su Zimo noticed that 2 of the top 10 blood apes were only at the Kongming stage. Monkey was one of them. The remaining 8 were all at the Dongshu stage. Monkey was able to enter the combat ranking at the Kongming stage and even had the chance to compete for the title of number 1 true spirit. It seemed that he was indeed capable. Who's that? Su Zimo's gaze landed on one of the top 10 blood apes as he asked softly. That blood ape had a dark face and an unusually ferocious gaze. He was covered in thick fur and his blood chi was extremely vigorous. Even from afar, Su Zimo could sense the strength of his bloodline. The bloodline of that blood ape was clearly superior to the other 9 and was definitely Monkey's greatest opponent. When Yuanan heard Su Zimo asking about that person, he frowned instinctively and dodged his gaze. His expression was a little strange, as though he was fearful and disgusted at the same time. He's Ma Xian. Yuanan replied. Su Zimo asked again, why is his surname Ma? He could understand why the blood apes chose the surname Yuan. But where did the surname Ma come from? Yuanan pursed his lips slightly. His background is different. His status and bloodline are much nobler than ours. Naturally, we can't compare. Su Zimo could tell that there was a hidden meaning in Yuanan's words. Indeed, there were some blood apes gathered together in the surroundings and they looked different from Monkey, Yuanan and the other blood apes. The most obvious difference was that those blood apes had dark faces and were taller and stronger. Before he could continue asking, the battle on the fighting platform had already broken out. The 10 blood apes fought in pairs. Monkey was up against a Paradise Void Realm true spirit. Both parties clashed the moment the battle started and the melee combat was exceptionally intense. Although Monkey's cultivation realm was lower, he was not weak in melee combat. Furthermore, Monkey's battle intent was clearly suppressing the other party and he fought even more valiantly. Su Zimo nodded to himself. If nothing unexpected happened, Monkey should be the victor of this battle. Right at this moment, an unexpected event occurred abruptly on another combat arena. A blood ape was severely injured and defeated. It turned to flee from the fighting platform. However, the tall, dark-faced blood ape caught up to him and smashed down with its cudgel, shattering the top of his head. His soul was scattered, and his body and Dao vanished. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he narrowed his gaze. That was way too ruthless. This time, it was completely aiming to kill. He had long heard that the blood apes were ferocious and belligerent. Could they be that ruthless against their own race as well? The victor was clearly decided earlier on and there was truly no need for them to be so ruthless. Or could there be other reasons behind this? Before Su Zimo could figure it out, the victor was decided on the other battlefield as well. To be precise, it was a life and death battle. Ma Xian pounded his chest and howled in excitement. Gripping his spear tightly with his other hand, he pierced the head of the blood ape opposite him and smashed it into pieces. The headless blood ape's corpse fell into a pool of blood and twitched unconsciously in a tragic manner. Chapter 2992. Su Zimo glanced sideways at Yuanan beside him. Yuanan's eyes flashed with rage towards the gruesome and bloody scene on the fighting platform. However, he did not say anything. It was the same for the rest of the sanguine apes. The sanguine apes seemed to be used to such a scene. Although they were furious, they did not reveal much fighting spirit. Even the 6 sanguine ape world kings presiding over did not stop them. Su Zimo noticed that among the 6 sanguine ape world kings, 2 of them were sanguine apes with dark faces and taller figures. Life and death are allowed in the true spirit battle of the sanguine apes? Su Zimo asked. Yuanan was silent for a moment before replying, in theory, there are no rules or restrictions. Life and death are allowed. It was clear that Yuanan did not finish his sentence. Su Zimo said in a deep voice, I think the 2 true spirits of the sanguine ape world who attacked earlier on seem to be different from you guys. They should have different bloodlines, right? This was an extremely common situation among the 10,000 races. For example, among the dragons, there were the Horned Dragon, Blue Dragon and Illumination Dragon. Although they were dragons, their bloodlines were completely different. Yuanan nodded and did not hide anything. Fellow Daoist, you're right. Those 2 guys earlier on belonged to the horse-monkey lineage. There are 4 lineages in the ape-monkey lineage. Right now, the 2 most common lineages in the sanguine ape world are the sanguine ape lineage and the horse-monkey lineage. Su Zimo nodded. However, although they were both of the horse-monkey lineage, Ma Xian on the fighting platform had a unique bloodline that was clearly superior to the other members of his race. As the 2 of them conversed, the outcome of the remaining 3 fighting platforms was decided as well. For the 3 true spirit battles, the 6 true spirits, including Monkey, were all of the sanguine ape lineage. Although both sides fought fiercely, it did not escalate to a life-and-death battle. The moment the outcome was decided, they stopped immediately and walked down the fighting platform respectively. Seems like the sanguine ape lineage and the horse-monkey lineage have some grudges. Su Zimo pondered in deep thought. After the first round of battles ended, 5 people emerged victorious and Monkey was one of them. In the second round of the true spirit battle, the 5 contestants drew lots first, and there were a total of 5 tokens. The true spirits with the number 4 token and the number 5 token would battle first, and the winner would become the 4th seed. Then, number 1 against number 4, and number 2 against number 3. The drawing order came out quickly. Number 1 was Monkey, number 2 was Ma Xian, number 3 was Yuan Cheng, number 4 was Ma Xiao, and number 5 was Yuan Ci. Number 4 and Number 5 were the two bloodlines from the Blood Ape realm. In the True Spirit battle, Ma Xiao had killed another true spirit of the Blood Ape clan. Ma Xiao grinned at Yuan Ci and crooked his finger. Yuan Ci didn't utter a word. She carried her staff and stepped onto the fighting platform. A great battle instantly broke out. Those able to charge into the top 5 of the battle list were naturally not easy to deal with. Ma Xiao's attacks were fierce and aggressive. Yuan Ci was extremely calm. She was neither panicked nor anxious. She was on the defensive while attacking. Not a single drop of water leaked out. Both sides were in a stalemate for a long time. Ma Xiao's attacks gradually weakened, while Yuan Ci began to counterattack and gradually gained the upper hand. After fighting for a while more, Yuan Ci's bloodline surged and her aura suddenly soared. With a long howl, she broke through Ma Xiao's defenses and her metal staff went straight for the top of his head. If that staff hit, Ma Xiao's head would definitely be smashed into pieces and he would die on the spot. When Ma Xiao could not defend against it and was about to die on the spot, Yuan Ci's metal staff suddenly stopped hovering above Ma Xiao's head. Su Zimo frowned slightly. The relationship between the two lineages seemed to be different from what he had initially expected. If there was some sort of grudge between the two lineages, why would the Blood Ape lineage leave any leeway when the Horse Monkey lineage was so cold-blooded and had just killed a bloodline clansman? When he saw Yuan Ci stop on the fighting platform, Yuanan was not enraged. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. The other members of the Blood Ape tribe were not surprised by this scene. Since it's life and death, what are the Blood Ape lineage worried about? Suddenly, Su Zimo asked. Yuanan was stunned, as though he had not expected that Su Zimo would notice the abnormality so quickly. He had a troubled expression and stuttered without saying anything. Right then, something happened on the battlefield. Initially, the outcome of this battle was already decided. However, just as Yuan Ci retracted his staff and was about to turn and leave, Ma Xiao suddenly attacked and released killing moves and secret skills consecutively. Yuan Ci was caught off guard and was heavily injured before she could even defend herself. However, Ma Xiao did not give him any chance to live and killed him with a single staff strike, destroying his essence spirit. This unforeseen event caused an uproar. The entire process took less than 2 to 3 breaths. By the time everyone reacted to it, Yuan Ci was already dead on the spot. What are you doing? Despicable and shameless. A series of curses burst forth from the Blood Apes and they were all agitated. Ha ha ha. Ma Xiao laughed arrogantly and pointed his staff at the many Blood Apes below, shouting, "Anyone who's indignant can come up and fight me." Although the Blood Apes were furious, none of them stepped forward when they heard that. Su Zimo looked at the 6 kings who were presiding over the True Spirit battle high above. If none of the 6 kings stood up to uphold justice in such a situation, then the problem of the Blood Ape realm was more serious than he had imagined. Among the 6 kings, a Blood Ape king slowly stood up and gestured with his hands. He waited for the surrounding curses to die down before looking at the 2 Horse Monkey kings sitting beside him. The outcome of the battle just now was clearly decided. Yuan Ci showed mercy, but Ma Xiao ambushed him from behind and killed him. Isn't he too vicious? Ha! One of the Horse Monkey kings sneered. The outcome was already decided? Life and death are not determined on the battle stage. There is no such thing as victory or defeat. He was careless and was killed by someone else. He can't blame anyone else. You. The Blood Ape King's face flushed red with anger when he heard those words. Among the remaining 3 Blood Ape Kings, some were silent and some sighed. The last one reached out and pulled the Blood Ape King, persuading in a low voice, "Patian, forget it." The Sky-Breaking Ape King clenched his fists and didn't say a word. He still looked coldly at the 2 Horse Monkey Kings beside him. Su Zimo's divine sense moved. The sky-breaking ape king's cultivation was at the greater success stage of the grotto heaven realm, while the two-horse monkey kings were only at the initial success stage. However, the sky-breaking ape king and the other three blood ape kings were clearly wary of the two-horse monkey kings. What? The horse monkey king's expression darkened when he saw the sky-breaking ape king standing still and staring coldly at him. He slowly stood up and asked coldly, "Do you want to overturn the heavens?" Su Zimo's gaze moved and landed on a token at the horse monkey king's waist. His pupils constricted and flashed coldly. He narrowed his eyes and said, "By the will of the heavens." This medallion represented the origin of this monkey king. The sky offering world. Su Zimo didn't expect to meet someone from the sky offering world in the blood ape realm, and a king at that. Perhaps there was more than one. Chapter 2993. You know about the heavenly order? Yuanan looked at Su Zimo in surprise. Su Zimo nodded and did not say anything. Yuanan revealed a sad expression and laughed mockingly. Since you know about the heavenly order, you should know that they belong to the heavenly order. Who dares to challenge them? Faced with the questioning of the horse monkey king, the heaven-breaking ape king seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure. Gritting his teeth, he sat back down slowly. The sanguine apes gradually quietened down. The laughter from the horse monkey tribe was unusually ear-piercing. Su Zimo could clearly sense that the sanguine apes no longer had the spirit that they should have. Their willpower was low. Su Zimo asked, "Since the true spirit battle doesn't concern life and death, what's wrong with killing the other party? Pay with your life." Yuanan said, "Furthermore, it's not just the person who kills them that will pay with his life. His parents, brothers, children and anyone related to him will be implicated and buried with him. Let me ask you, under such circumstances, would you dare to kill the other party?" Su Zimo was silent. Yuanan clenched his fists slightly and became agitated. He said softly, "It's not that the sanguine apes don't have guts. It's just that we've been through way too much over the years. I told you earlier that the ape monkey tribe originally had 4 tribes. Among them, the stone monkey tribe went extinct at the end of the war era. The macaque tribe went extinct in the calamity of the sanguine apes in this era. What did our guts get us in the end? The horse monkey tribe submitted and became the lackeys of the heavenly order. At least the sanguine apes didn't submit." Su Zimo sighed softly in his heart. He knew about the hardships and pressure the sanguine apes faced in the past. He also understood the choice they made. If they continued to resist, the sanguine apes would follow in the footsteps of the stone monkey and macaque tribes. As Yuanan said, it was already rare that the sanguine apes did not submit to the heavenly order. Furthermore, in this era, only the sanguine apes dared to question the heavenly order and even went to the extent of clashing head-on. In the end, it led to the calamity of the sanguine apes that almost wiped out their tribe. Among the 3,000 in the upper realm, only the blood ape clan had the guts and courage to do so. However, under the pressure of the traders and the celestial bestowment world, the bloodiness of the blood apes had gradually been wiped out. They no longer had the spirit to fight against the heavens. Yuanan gradually calmed down and realized that he had lost his composure. Only then did he say, "Fellow Taoist, I've made a fool of myself by saying so much." There was no contempt in Su Zimo's eyes. His expression was solemn as he cupped his hands in respect. The second round of the true spirit battle was not over yet. The remaining 4 people fought in pairs. Monkey number 1 fought against Ma Xiao, who had just killed the blood ape clan's true spirit. Number 2, Ma Xian, was fighting against number 3, the blood ape race's true spirit. Seeing this, Yuanan turned his head and said, "Senior brother Yuan Huang is quite lucky. He has a higher chance of winning against Ma Xiao. If I meet Ma Xian in this round, I'm afraid I'll be eliminated early." Su Zimo had long noticed that Ma Xian's qi and blood were clearly stronger than the other members of the Horseshoe Monkey clan. That Ma Xian's bloodline seems to be somewhat special. What's his background? Su Zimo asked. Yuanan looked at Su Zimo in surprise and praised, "Fellow Taoist, you have sharp eyes." Pausing for a moment, Yuanan said, "There's an extremely rare and supreme bloodline of the Horseshoe Monkey lineage known as the Redbone Horseshoe Monkey. The Redbone Horseshoe Monkey understands yin and yang, understands human affairs and is adept at entering and exiting, avoiding death and prolonging life. Ma Xian belongs to that bloodline." As the two of them conversed, the battle had already begun on the battle platform. Su Zimo pondered and asked again, "Since the Horseshoe Monkey lineage has such a supreme bloodline, do the other three lineages have it as well?" "Of course." Yuanan nodded. The supreme bloodline of the Stone Monkey lineage is known as the Intelligent Stone Monkey. It's capable of transformations, knows the weather and geography, and can shift the stars. The supreme bloodline of the Macaque lineage is known as the Six-Eared Macaque. It's adept at hearing and can discern reason, understanding everything. As for the supreme bloodline of the Sanguine Ape lineage, it's known as the Long-Armed Blood Ape. It can grasp the sun and moon, shrink the mountains, discern right and wrong, and manipulate the universe. At that point, Yuanan turned to Monkey on the battle platform and hesitated. "Actually, Senior Brother Yuan Huang has already awakened the Long-Armed Blood Ape." However what? Su Zimo asked. Yuanan said regretfully, "After the calamity of the Sanguine Ape, the Horseshoe Monkey lineage submitted to the Heaven Tribute World and controlled the Sanguine Ape world, forbidding us from leaving. With that, Senior Brother Yuan Huang is lacking in opportunities and has only awakened 10% to 20% of his bloodline. He's far from reaching the peak of the Long-Armed Blood Ape." As the two of them conversed, the outcome of the two battles on the battle platform was about to be decided. Ma Xian relied on the immense blood qi of the Redbone Horseshoe Monkey and did not use his full strength. He toyed with his opponent like a cat toying with a mouse and controlled the situation. On the other side, Monkey's cultivation realm was lower. However, he relied on a powerful secret skill to raise his combat strength to the level of a Paradise Void realm. Su Zimo had witnessed that secret skill personally before. Back when the True Marshal's 10th heavenly tribulation descended on Wu Dao's true body, the Emperor of Combat released a similar method. According to Yuan An's description, the long-armed blood ape could grab the sun and moon and shrink mountains. It was clear that it possessed immense strength and was most proficient in melee combat. Furthermore, Su Zimo could sense a strong will to battle from Monkey. It was unyielding and fearless. Against that aura, Ma Xiao was forced to retreat. Die. Right then, as though he was unwilling to continue toying with his opponent, Ma Xian's blood qi surged and he waved his dagger axe, breaking through the defenses of the Sanguine Ape True Spirit and piercing the other party's head. On the other side, the outcome was decided as well. After a series of head-on clashes, Ma Xiao's arms were numb and he could no longer grip his rod. He was sent flying by Monkey's rod. However, Monkey did not stop against the bare-handed Ma Xiao. A ferocious glint shone in his eyes as he swung his rod and smashed it towards Ma Xiao's head. Ma Xiao's expression changed. The aura and killing intent released by that rod was completely different from the previous situation. Not good, he wants to kill me. That thought flashed through Ma Xiao's mind and he was alarmed. Without time to think, he reached out instinctively and grabbed Monkey's rod. Bang! The rod smashed down and was gripped tightly by Ma Xiao's hands. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Under the immense pain, Ma Xiao glared at Monkey with widened eyes and hollered, "How dare you kill me? That's right, I'm going to kill you." Monkey smirked and let go of the rod with a sinister gaze. He strode forward and bent his knees slightly, propping his hands in the air as though he was offering a fruit. Ma Xiao gripped Monkey's rod with both hands. He could not defend in time and could only retreat instinctively. However, Monkey was even faster. With a leap, he stood up and grabbed Ma Xiao's chin with both hands. Snap! Ma Xiao's head was flung back at a frightening angle and his cervical vertebra was snapped. Monkey had no intention of stopping and punched in reverse, smashing down towards Ma Xiao's face like a gigantic seal. Ma Xiao's reaction was extremely fast as well. Although his body was severely injured, his essence spirit broke out of his body and fled into the distance. Just as his essence spirit was about to escape Monkey's attack range, Monkey's arms suddenly expanded by dozens of feet and tore through the air. The gigantic seal descended from the skies and destroyed Ma Xiao's essence spirit. Chapter 2994. In a cave abode deep in the sanguine ape world, an old ape seemed to have sensed something and opened his eyes slowly. The old ape's fur was already white and his eyes were turbid. It was as though he could see through the layers of space and see the situation on the fighting platform. How rare, the old ape murmured softly, after the calamity of the sanguine ape, our clansmen's will to fight gradually dissipated and are no longer as strong as they were in the past. To think that I would be able to see a junior with such a fighting spirit. It's just a pity, the old ape sighed, feeling both pity and guilt. He knew clearly what consequences this junior was going to face, but he was powerless to change it. Even if he was the lord of a world. Not far away from the old ape, a sanguine ape emperor lord said, the two-horse monkey emperor lords are monitoring our every move under the will of the heavens. If we make a move, we'll definitely give them a handle. If the celestial tribute world invades en masse, all of us will die. Dozhan, our sanguine ape world can't withstand a second calamity. When the old ape heard that, he waved it off. Don't call me Dozhan anymore. I'm no longer worthy of that title. The reason why our clansmen are reduced to their current state is directly related to me lowering my head to the celestial tribute world back then. The sanguine ape emperor lord said, we all know that you had no choice but to lower your head to the celestial tribute world back then because you wanted to protect the bloodline of our clansmen. If not for that, the sanguine ape world would have been gone. Furthermore, although we lowered our heads, we straightened our backs and did not submit. At the very least, we did not kneel down to the celestial tribute world and become their lackeys like the horse monkey emperor lords. The old ape looked deeply at Monkey on the fighting platform and lamented, what a great junior. It's been a long time since I've felt such a fighting spirit, sigh. Ma Xiao was dead. The vicinity of the blood-colored mountain peak was dead silent. Be it the sanguine ape or horse monkey lineage, all of them looked at the figure on the fighting platform in disbelief with widened eyes and shocked expressions. Everyone knew the consequences of killing Ma Xiao. Monkey naturally knew as well. However, he still killed Ma Xiao. Upon seeing that, many sanguine ape clansmen felt their emotions that they had suppressed for a long time being released. They could sense a will that they had not felt in a long time from Monkey. It was a fearless, indomitable spirit that wanted to fight against the heavens. This kind of emotion quietly spread through the crowd. The eyes of many blood apes flashed with a bloody light. The battle intent in their bodies that they hadn't felt for a long time was gradually awakened. How dare you? You're courting death. The horseshoe monkeys came to their senses and cursed loudly. Ha ha ha. Monkey reared his head in laughter and stood in a pool of blood on the fighting platform with his head held high. His eyes were bloodshot as he surveyed his surroundings with a prideful expression without any hint of regret or fear. Woo! The sound of a sharp blade slicing through the air was extremely ear-piercing. It was Ma Xian who had come to the fighting platform where the monkey was. Without even giving a greeting, he raised his dagger axe and stabbed it toward the monkey's chest. Humph! Monkey sensed danger and snorted coldly. He swung his long staff and deflected the incoming dagger axe before engaging in battle with Ma Xian. This battle was the final round of the true spirit battle. The outcome of the battle between the two was still unknown. Su Zimo was not in a position to intervene. Yuanan said softly, "Their cultivation realms are a level apart and their bloodlines are different as well. Senior brother Yuan Huang is bound to lose." Another blood ape sighed. "Senior brother Yuan Huang has no intention of living. Even if he can defeat Ma Xian, he'll pay with his life." On the fighting platform, Ma Xian no longer held back. His blood qi surged as he danced with his dagger axe, suppressing Monkey completely. However, Monkey relied on an indomitable battle intent to take on Ma Xian's ferocious attacks head-on. Instead, the more he fought, the braver he became, as though he had endless strength. A look of impatience flashed through Ma Xian's face. His blood qi surged once more and he released his bloodline phenomenon. A tall and burly figure of a horseshoe monkey appeared behind him and controlled a torrential current that drowned Monkey instantly. This was a complete suppression in terms of strength. Monkey could not defend against it in the end and was engulfed by the current, falling to the ground. Ma Xian took a step forward and stomped heavily on Monkey's chest. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. That stomp almost crushed Monkey's chest. "Aren't you arrogant?" Ma Xian stepped on Monkey with an arrogant expression and burst into laughter. Monkey was already exhausted and could not move at all under Ma Xian's stomp. Even so, the ferocious glint in his eyes did not diminish and there was no hint of submission. "Dog, how dare you kill my clansman? Do you submit?" Ma Xian exerted strength in his stomp and hollered once more. "F*ck your mother." Monkey cursed and spat at Ma Xian. Ma Xian tilted his head slightly and dodged it easily. Turning around, he looked at the many blood apes around him and asked with a menacing smile, "Why? I saw that you guys were eager to try earlier on. If there's anyone who's indignant, you can come up. I'll give you guys a chance." When the blood apes saw that, they felt immense pressure and their battle intent that had just been awakened was extinguished once more. Indeed, none of them were a match for Ma Xian. It was said that Ma Xian had already comprehended a supreme divine power and they would only be courting death if they went forward. In fact, they might even implicate their kin and brothers. Ma Xian's gaze was sharp as he surveyed his surroundings. Many blood apes lowered their heads and avoided his gaze, not daring to meet his gaze. "Ha ha ha." Ma Xian laughed with a disdainful expression and curled his lips. "A bunch of cowards." Monkey sneered and said, "No matter how weak the blood apes are, we have never bowed to the celestial worship world and become their lackeys. You're courting death." Ma Xian's face darkened. Even the two-horse monkey tribe immortal kings who were overseeing the situation frowned and their eyes turned cold. Monkey's words had really hit them where it hurt. "So what if I die? What's there to be afraid of?" Monkey laughed and said, "I've killed one today. It's enough. Do you think that you're the only one who has to pay with your life for killing a member of the horse monkey tribe?" Ma Xian said coldly, "Your parents, brothers, children, master, and all the clansmen who are related to you will die with you." "Ha ha ha." Monkey laughed even more wildly when he heard that and said loudly, "I came from the lower world and have no parents. After I ascended, I didn't have a master and I don't have any children or brothers. I'm the only one left. Kill me if you want." "You?" Ma Xian was stunned. Yuanan seemed to have thought of something when he heard that and his body shook. He gradually clenched his fists and said, "After senior brother Yuan Huang ascended, he didn't have a master or interact with anyone. He was extremely cold to everyone. I thought that he was a loner, so he was doing this for this day." The other blood apes gradually understood as well. After Monkey ascended and heard about what happened to his clansmen, he had long thought of this day. Exchanging a life for a life and not implicating his clansmen. Monkey was using his own choice and method to adhere to the Tao of battle in his heart. The four Blood Ape tribe immortal kings who were watching the battle sighed when they saw this scene. They couldn't bear to see it and turned their heads away. Some of the young Blood Ape clansmen were crying softly. Senior brother Yuan Huang, Yuan En's eyes were red as he looked at the figure on the battle stage who was still cursing under Ma Xian's feet. His vision was blurry. At this moment, a soft murmur came from beside him. Monkey is indeed an orphan, but he still has a few sworn brothers. Yuan instinctively looked over and saw that the green-robed man who came with him had already walked forward. Chapter 2995. On the fighting platform. Ma Xian stepped on Monkey with a dark gaze and could not make up his mind for a moment. Against such a provocative sanguine ape, killing the latter casually would not be enough to vent his anger or intimidate the sanguine ape race. However, he could not find a suitable excuse to implicate others. Who said that he has no brothers? Suddenly, a voice sounded from the crowd. Ma Xian was delighted when he heard that and turned towards the voice hurriedly. When Monkey heard that voice, his eyes widened in disbelief and he turned his head with difficulty, wanting to see the person who spoke. A black-haired, green-robed man was exceptionally eye-catching among the many sanguine apes and was walking over. When Monkey caught sight of that person, his eyes reddened instantly and his breathing turned heavy. Instinctively, he opened his mouth, wanting to call out "Big Brother." However, he immediately realized something and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. If he shouted, he would definitely implicate Su Zimo. Why was Big Brother here? What was he doing here? Monkey's mind was in a mess. Initially, he was rather calm because he was prepared to die. Now that he caught sight of Su Zimo, he was surprised, delighted and could not contain his excitement. When Ma Xian saw who it was, he frowned slightly. It was clear that this person did not belong to the sanguine ape realm and had an unknown background. However, he did not ask about the identity of the person. As long as the person could provide information about Yuan Huang's brothers, he could put aside the identity of the person for the time being. You said that he has brothers? Ma Xian looked at Su Zimo and asked in a deep voice. Su Zimo had already arrived before the fighting platform and nodded. From what I know, this monkey does not have any blood brothers. However, he has 6 sworn brothers. Oh? Ma Xian's eyes lit up. Judging from the way this person spoke with certainty and could even name the exact number of sworn brothers, he should not be spouting nonsense. Furthermore, Yuan Huang was beneath his feet. After this person appeared, Yuan Huang's emotions turned extremely agitated. It could be deduced that this person was not lying. Tell me, who are the 6 brothers and where are they? Ma Xian waved his hand with a smile. As long as you can tell me, feel free to ask for any treasure you want. Ma Xian was thinking about something else. After this person spoke, this person would be of no use to him, so he could just kill him. Su Zimo said indifferently, the other 5 brothers are not in the Blood Ape realm, only one is here. Who? Ma Xian asked. Me. Su Zimo replied. Ma Xian was stunned. The surrounding Blood Ape tribe and Horse Monkey tribe were also dumbfounded. Yuan, who had brought Su Zimo here, was even more confused when he heard this. He knew that Su Zimo was here to look for his senior brother Yuan Huang, but he didn't know that they were sworn brothers. Moreover, even if the 2 of them were sworn brothers, wouldn't it be suicide to stand out in this situation? You? Ma Xian sized up Su Zimo and his face gradually darkened. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Are you playing with me?" He also couldn't believe that someone would actually jump out and seek their own death. Aren't you looking for his brother? Su Zimo leaped onto the battle platform and pointed to Monkey beneath Ma Xian's feet with a calm expression. I'm his big brother. Ma Xian frowned, unable to figure out Su Zimo's intentions. After Su Zimo got onto the battle platform, he no longer looked at Ma Xian. Instead, he looked at Monkey and scolded jokingly, "Monkey, you don't even acknowledge me as your big brother after ascending?" At that point, Monkey knew that Su Zimo had already made up his mind and could not hide it any longer. In his agitation, he could not help but shout, "Big brother!" Ma Xian was finally certain when he heard Monkey's shout. "Good, good, good." Ma Xian clapped and mocked with a smile, "You're a good big brother. You're rather loyal to your friends and took the initiative to stand out. Your courage is commendable." The many horse monkey tribe members below roared with laughter. "You don't recognize me?" Su Zimo turned and looked at Ma Xian with raised brows. "Ha ha ha." Ma Xian was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "What's your name? Tell us how famous you are." The many horse monkey tribe members below cheered as well. Su Zimo initially thought that after he appeared, there would definitely be people from the blood ape world who would recognize him. After all, the true spirit experts and kings of the 3,000 worlds were gathered in the celestial tribute world back then. In the fiend battlefield, he killed more than 20 supreme true spirits single-handedly and became famous in a single battle, shocking the upper worlds. However, given the current situation, it was clear that no one recognized him. No wonder, instantly, Su Zimo understood what was going on. Back then, there were no true spirits of the blood ape world in the celestial tribute world. The horse monkey lineage had always stayed in the blood ape world to monitor the blood ape race and did not head to the celestial tribute world to enter the fiend battlefield. Naturally, no one had seen Su Zimo before. "My name is Su Zimo." Su Zimo smiled as well. "Wow." Ma Xian pretended to exaggerate and exclaimed, "What a resounding name." Thereafter, he surveyed the surroundings and asked loudly, "This person is called Su Zimo. Has anyone heard of him before?" Even the blood ape lineage exchanged glances, let alone the horse monkey lineage. The 6 kings sitting high up in the sky looked at each other. They were all at a loss. That name was indeed unfamiliar. Even with their knowledge, they had not heard of it before, let alone the other members of their race. "Fufu." Ma Xian looked around and sneered. "What a pity that no one has heard of your name." Pausing for a moment, Ma Xian retracted his smile and glared at Su Zimo with killing intent. "Also, you might not have understood the situation. To put it simply, you're going to die." Before he finished, Ma Xian suddenly waved his dagger axe and stabbed toward Su Zimo's face at an extremely fast speed. Piak! Just as the dagger axe was about to pierce Su Zimo's face, Su Zimo suddenly reached out and grabbed the dagger axe. Instinctively, Ma Xian wanted to twist his dagger axe and crush Su Zimo's palm. However, he realized that his destiny numinous treasure was in Su Zimo's hands and could not move at all. Snap! Before he could react, he heard a crisp sound beside his ear. Su Zimo's palm suddenly exerted strength and snapped his destiny numinous treasure. That dagger axe was a pure yang numinous treasure of the 9 tribulations. But now, it was snapped into 2 by this seemingly frail man bare-handed. Ma Xian's expression changed starkly. Su Zimo tossed in reverse and the broken dagger axe in his hands shot out. Limitless yin-yang. Ma Xian's reaction was extremely fast as he channeled his bloodline and released a supreme divine power. The Redbone Horse Monkey lineage had a saying that they understood yin and yang and were innately close to yin and yang Dao techniques. Su Zimo did not dodge or evade. His left eye was pitch black and his right eye was pure white as he devoured the power of yin and yang in a frenzy. With the 2 divine stones, illumination and nether glow in his eyes, Su Zimo dispelled the limitless yin-yang into nothingness. When he saw that, Ma Xian was scared out of his wits with a horrified expression. He had never seen such ghostly methods before. Poof! After the limitless yin-yang was dispelled, the broken dagger axe penetrated his chest instantly. Fresh blood spewed out. A tremendous force sent his body flying. All of a sudden, a huge shadow shrouded over. It was the figure of the green-robed man. Su Zimo was even faster and caught up in half a step. With a momentum that could plow the heavens, he stomped heavily on Ma Xian's face. With a single kick, Ma Xian's head exploded into pieces and his essence spirit was destroyed. Chapter 2996. Ma Xian's tragic death caused an uproar. No matter what, Ma Xian had the bloodline of the red-bone horse monkey and had comprehended a supreme ability. He was a true supreme spirit. But against Su Zimo, Ma Xian could not resist at all and was killed almost instantly. The entire process was too fast. By the time the 6 Blood Ape Realm Kings reacted, Ma Xian was already dead on the spot. If the people present knew Su Zimo's background, they would not be surprised. Why did Ma Xian die so easily? After the battle on the Fiend battlefield, Su Zimo was already recognized as the #1 true spirit in the 3,000 worlds. More than 20 supreme true spirits were all killed by him alone. After so many years, Su Zimo's combat strength had improved. To him, killing a supreme true spirit like Ma Xian was no different from killing a chicken. What was even more unexpected was that this seemingly frail and delicate-looking outsider would dare to kill a true spirit of the Blood Ape realm in front of everyone from the Blood Ape realm. Yuanan, who had brought Su Zimo here, was shocked as he murmured, "Who did I bring with me? No matter what his background is, he can't leave the Blood Ape realm after killing Ma Xian. He probably doesn't know that behind Ma Xian is the celestial tribute world, a terrifying force that transcends the world and surpasses the upper worlds. The ignorant are fearless." Seeing Ma Xian die, the Blood Apes felt relieved. But they also knew that the green-robed man on the battle platform had caused a disaster. They felt pity and lamented. Notwithstanding the 2 macaque kings that were overseeing the area, just the murderous gazes of the macaque race alone were enough to rip this green-robed cultivator to shreds. Su Zimo naturally knew that once he attacked, he would definitely become enemies with the celestial tribute world. He also knew the consequences of becoming enemies with the celestial tribute world. But seeing the monkeys in trouble, he had no other choice. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if the celestial realm mobilized a large force to deal with him, it was not as if he did not have the strength to fight. In the great wasteland world, Wu Dao's true body was already fighting with the heavenly court behind the celestial tribute world. So what if he offended the celestial tribute world? Even if Wu Dao's original body couldn't escape, he could still escape with the monkey and head to the inheritance ground of the 9 underworlds to lay low. Long before he made his move, he had already gone through all the consequences and possible scenarios in his mind. "How dare you?" The 2 monkey kings were enraged. They slammed the table and stood up, staring at Su Zimo as they shouted, "Please calm down." The heaven-breaking ape king stood up quickly as well. He stopped the 2 monkey kings and said in a deep voice, "Ask him about his background first." When the 2 monkey kings heard this, their lungs were about to explode from anger. One of them glared at the heaven-piercing ape king and said through gritted teeth, "I don't care where he came from. He killed Ma Xian, so he has to pay with his life." The heaven-breaking ape king's actions seemed like he was trying to calm the 2 monkey kings down, but he was actually trying to stop them and give Su Zimo a chance to escape. He couldn't help Su Zimo on the surface. However, he did not want to stand on the side of the horse-monkey lineage either. The other monkey king seemed to have realized something and turned to look at the heaven-breaking ape king with narrowed eyes. "Why? You want to help this outsider?" With Su Zimo's support, Monkey had already stood up. When he saw that the 2 monkey kings were about to make a move, he could not help but burst into laughter. "That's all you monkeys are capable of? To think that you need kings to deal with a true spirit." The horse-monkey true spirits below could no longer hold themselves back and roared when they heard that. There's no need for the two monkey kings to attack. We'll take revenge for senior brother Ma Xian and eat his flesh and drink his blood. How dare an outsider behave atrociously in the blood ape world and kill our tribesmen? Tear him apart alive. AWO. AWO. Thousands of horse monkeys charged towards the battle platform, causing dust to billow. Hundreds of true spirits of the horse monkey lineage channeled their blood chi and charged toward Su Zimo and Monkey with menacing expressions. Instantly, the ground quaked and the weather changed. When the sanguine apes saw that, they were secretly speechless and could not bear to watch. With so many horse monkeys swarming forward, they did not even need to release their mystic skills. Their brute strength alone was enough to tear Su Zimo and Monkey into pieces. Monkey clutched the wound on his chest and leaned on his rod, leaning back against Su Zimo. Looking at the overwhelming number of figures around him, there was no fear on his face as he grinned. "Bro, we can fight side by side again." At that moment, many images of Tsang Lang mountain range flashed through Monkey's mind. At that time, it was also the two of them who fought side by side against the endless amount of ash wolves. They supported each other and escaped from the jaws of death. The only difference was that this time round, they could not escape. Su Zimo did not know what Monkey was thinking. He glanced at the horseshoe monkeys that were surging with killing intent and shook his head slightly. He smiled and said, "A bunch of true spirits want to kill me?" Back in the celestial tribute world, what kind of experts did he fight? In the fiend battlefield, the strongest true spirits of the 3,000 worlds and the true spirits of the 10 sinners were gathered. Even with such a terrifying formation, Su Zimo was able to crush them with countless casualties. Right now, the hundreds of horse monkeys did not even have a supreme true spirit. Coupled with the earth and heavenly essence horse monkeys, he did not care about them at all. "You guys know nothing about my strength," Su Zimo murmured with a calm expression. Activating his essence spirit, he pointed at the void and said indifferently, 6 paths of reincarnation." Before he finished his sentence, a gigantic abyss vortex appeared where his fingertip touched. It spread rapidly and filled the entire world. The world spun and spacetime was in chaos. Bloodlines, mystic skills, and divine weapons were all forcefully pulled into the cycle of reincarnation. Even the horse monkeys that charged forward were devoured by the abyss vortex amidst their struggles and roars. Their true spirits were destroyed. Neither the heavenly being true spirits nor the Dongshu true spirits could withstand the power of reincarnation. Back in the fiend battlefield, Su Zimo was only at the Kongming stage. When he released the 6 paths of reincarnation, even the first true spirit, Xiaofan, could not withstand it. Now that Su Zimo had reached the peak of the Dongshu stage, the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation was even stronger than before. The horse monkeys charged forward like moths to a flame. All the blood apes present were dumbfounded by this scene. They were scared silly and their minds went blank. This kind of power was released by a true spirit expert. Tens of thousands of horse monkeys charged forward, but they could not even touch the corner of the green-robed cultivator's robe, let alone tear him apart. Large numbers of horse monkeys were devoured by the 6 paths of reincarnation and buried in it. This scene was too terrifying. Even the eyes of the sky-breaking ape king and the other blood ape kings twitched as their facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. Even if they attacked, they might not be able to cause such terrifying damage. Chapter 2997. Ever since the calamity of the sanguine ape world suffered a great loss and was no longer as strong as it was in the past. The betrayal of the horse monkey lineage caused the sanguine ape world situation to worsen. All these years, the sanguine ape lineage had been suppressed because they had too many reservations. Even in the battle arena, they did not dare to kill a single horse monkey. But now, Apart from the fact that an outsider like Su Zimo had killed the supreme true spirits of the horse-monkey lineage, the supreme divine powers he released were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper that reaped the lives of the horse-monkey lineage wantonly. It was not just 1 or 2 deaths, they were dying in droves. While the sanguine apes were shocked, they felt an indescribable joy in their hearts. Good kill. Those spineless cowards. We should have killed them long ago. Many sanguine apes hollered excitedly. To the sanguine apes, Su Zimo was an outsider, and even if the horse-monkey lineage wanted revenge, they could not take it out on them. The heaven-breaking ape king revealed a worried expression. Initially, Su Zimo had a chance to escape. But now that he had killed so many horse-monkeys, the 2 horse-monkey kings beside him would definitely kill him. How dare you! The 2 horse-monkey kings were enraged as they roared and released 2 grotto heavens to suppress the 6 paths of reincarnation in the void. Boom! 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 The 2 grotto heavens suppressed the 6 paths of reincarnation consecutively before they managed to defeat it and rescue some horse-monkeys. As for the hundreds of horse-monkey true spirits that charged at the front, they were almost completely wiped out. Su Zimo's 6 paths of reincarnation had killed all the horse-monkey lineage's true spirits. At the very least, it would be difficult for any true spirit experts to rise from the horse-monkey lineage for the next 100,000 years. When the heaven-breaking ape king saw the 2 horse-monkey kings attack, he could not bear to see Su Zimo die here. After pondering for a moment, he took a deep breath of air and stood in front of the 2 horse-monkey kings, saying in a deep voice, "Please calm down. This person is so arrogant and fearless. I'm afraid his background, scram." How could the 2 monkey kings listen to this? They roared angrily at the heaven-breaking ape king. The heaven-breaking ape king took advantage of the delay and hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Su Zimo, "Young friend, you have to leave now before it's too late." A monkey king stared at the ape king with a dark expression and said, "Patian, why are you protecting this person? Could it be that you ordered him to do this? This crime was too serious." The heaven-piercing ape king couldn't bear it at all. If the sky-piercing ape king continued to obstruct the 2 of them, he would definitely draw trouble to himself. Apart from him, who knew how many clansmen of the Blood Ape clan would suffer because of this? "Patian, come back." The remaining 3 Blood Ape kings hurriedly went up and dragged the heaven-piercing ape king back. The 2 monkey kings did not want to waste their energy on the sky-breaking ape king. Their first target was the green-robed cultivator below. The heaven-piercing ape king glanced back and saw that Su Zimo still hadn't left. He couldn't help but shake his head. That person's combat strength is indeed terrifying. However, his reaction is a little slow and there's even less chance for him to escape now. Just as the heaven-piercing ape king lamented, the green-robed cultivator on the battle platform did not leave. Instead, he charged towards the 2 monkey kings. The heaven-piercing ape king was stunned. What was this person trying to do? Was he trying to die because he knew that he couldn't escape? Die, you ant! The 2 monkey kings were even more enraged when they saw Su Zimo charging towards them. They could not help but holler and release their own grotto heavens to suppress him. "You guys are not strong enough to kill me." Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly as he released his innate mystic power, the 8 fangs divine power, to raise his strength while channeling his essence spirit at the same time. Boom! The void behind Su Zimo collapsed and a faintly discernible grotto heaven appeared. The sun and moon hung in the grotto heaven while light and darkness coexisted. Day and night alternated and yin and yang fused together. Although it was only a phantom of a grotto heaven, the power it released was not weaker than the 2 monkey kings' grotto heavens. A phantom of a grotto heaven possesses such power? The 2 monkey kings' hearts skipped a beat. No matter what, they were 2 monkey kings that joined forces to form 2 grotto heavens, they were still able to gain the upper hand. Boom! Before the 2 of them could react, the void behind Su Zimo collapsed once more and a gigantic tomb appeared. It was filled with a deathly aura and was filled with graves as though it wanted to bury everything. Every single grave had a sword stabbed into it. Within the deathly aura of the tomb was a sharp sword intent that could tear through everything. What's this? The two monkey kings widened their eyes. Another phantom of a grotto heaven? Even a supreme monkey king like the heaven-piercing ape king shuddered in disbelief, let alone two ordinary monkey kings like them. Su Zimo was only a true spirit? What sort of methods were those? After leaving the day and night land and entering seclusion in the flower world, Wu Dao's true body discussed the Dao with Daiyu. The two true bodies were connected mentally, and with the help of the spirit potency art, Qinglian's true body had also benefited greatly. This Daluo sword tomb was the second phantom of a grotto heaven that Qinglian's true body had comprehended while in seclusion in the flower world. The phantom of a grotto heaven wasn't anything impressive. Half-step kings could control the phantom of a grotto heaven. However, the phantom of a half-step king only contained a wisp of grotto heaven power and couldn't fight against a real grotto heaven. None of the kings present had heard of a phantom of a grotto heaven that could fight against a real grotto heaven like Su Zimo. The two grotto heaven phantoms that Su Zimo had cultivated were simply too terrifying. There was no need to talk about the Yin-Yang grotto heaven. It contained the Yin-Yang talisman scriptures Dao, the candle illumination, and the dark fluorescent divine stone. And the Daluo sword tomb contained the essence of two forbidden manuals, the Daluo sword manual and the heaven-burying scripture. Rumble. When the Daluo sword tomb descended, the two-horse monkey king's grotto heavens couldn't hold on and were on the verge of collapse. The two-horse monkey king's grotto heavens had consumed a lot of power to destroy Su Zimo's 6 paths of reincarnation. Now that Su Zimo had brought out the phantom of the Yin-Yang grotto heaven and the Daluo sword tomb, the two-horse monkey kings couldn't resist at all. After holding on for a few breaths, the two-horse monkey king's grotto heavens completely collapsed. The two-horse monkey kings were shocked and didn't dare to continue fighting with Su Zimo. They turned around and fled. But without the protection of their grotto heavens, the two-horse monkey kings couldn't resist the power of the Yin-Yang grotto heaven and the Daluo sword tomb. The Yin-Yang grotto heaven spun and emitted a powerful suction force that slowly dragged one of the horse monkey kings into it. On the other side, the Daluo sword tomb descended. The soil that contained a deathly aura churned and instantly wrapped around one of the horse monkey kings and buried him, forming a grave that was half the height of a person. The grave trembled. The horse monkey king was still struggling inside, trying to escape. At this moment, the phantom of a huge sword descended from the sky and landed on the grave. Splurt. Blood gushed out of the grave and dyed the soil red. There was no sound inside. The phantom of the huge sword was like a tombstone that was stabbed into the soil. The Daluo sword tomb didn't change much. It was just that there was an inconspicuous grave inside. It was the grave of a king. End of this chapter. Chapter 2998. Even the king of the horseshoe monkeys had been killed. More importantly, this horseshoe monkey king had the heavenly token and was the king of the heavenly token. No matter how many horseshoe monkeys Su Zimo had killed, they didn't have the heavenly token and weren't part of the heavenly token. But now, killing these two horseshoe monkey kings was tantamount to starting a direct conflict with the heavenly token. In the eyes of the Ape King and the others, Su Zimo wasn't just causing a huge disaster, but directly piercing through the sky. What is Yuan Huang's sworn brother's background? He's just a true spirit, but he's able to cross a major realm and kill a king. This kid probably doesn't know the background of these two horseshoe monkey kings. That's why he was so ruthless. No matter what his background is, he won't be able to escape the Blood Ape realm. That's right. The Red Sea Monkey King must have sensed Ma Xian's death and probably already came out of seclusion. Not to mention, a horseshoe monkey king died. The 4 blood ape kings communicated with their divine wills. The battle wasn't over yet. The Daluo sword tomb buried one horseshoe monkey king, while the other horseshoe monkey king used all his trump cards and secret techniques to struggle against the Yin-Yang grotto heaven. But even after using all his methods, he could only delay for a moment. He couldn't stop the Yin-Yang power at all. More than half of this horseshoe monkey king's body was devoured by the Yin-Yang grotto heaven. Seeing that he was about to die, he took the heavenly token from his waist. This horseshoe monkey king raised the heavenly token and reached out of the grotto heaven with a terrified expression. I am the king of the heavenly token. Even the king of the heavenly token must die. Su Zimo shouted and had no intention of stopping. He activated his primordial spirit and the power of Yin and Yang erupted, instantly killing this horseshoe monkey king. This horseshoe monkey king wanted to use the heavenly token to suppress Su Zimo and save his life before plotting revenge. He didn't expect Su Zimo to be so fearless after hearing about the heavenly token. Since he decided to attack, he naturally wouldn't show mercy. Even if he spared the horseshoe monkey king, he wouldn't let him go after it escaped. Even the 4 kings of the Blood Ape clan were shocked. This brat knows that the other party is from the celestial tribute world, yet he still dares to kill? He looks so young. Even if he has heard of the celestial tribute realm, he probably doesn't know how terrifying it is. What should we do? Are we just going to watch him kill, or? The 4 kings of the Blood Ape clan communicated with their divine wills and hesitated. Naturally, they didn't want to be enemies with Su Zimo. However, if they allowed Su Zimo to go on a killing spree in front of everyone, it would be difficult for them to explain themselves when the macaque lineage pursued the matter. Roar! At this moment, a furious roar came from behind the bloody mountain. The Red Sea Monkey King has come out of seclusion. The sky-breaking ape king's heart skipped a beat when he heard the howl. This Red Sea Monkey King was a peak king, Ma Xian's father. He was also a red bottomless horse monkey, but his body and bloodline were far superior to his son's. Amongst the kings of the Blood Ape realm, this Crimson Sea Monkey King's combat strength was ranked number 1. The sky-breaking ape king looked at Su Zimo, who wasn't far away, and said with a sigh, I tried to persuade you to leave, but you didn't. Now, it's too late to leave. No matter how fast a true spirit movement technique was, it couldn't escape the pursuit of a king. A grotto heaven king could tear through the void and escape into a spatial tunnel. In the sky-breaking ape king's eyes, even if Su Zimo escaped now, he would be caught by the Red Sea Monkey King before he could leave the Blood Ape realm. Su Zimo's expression was calm. He nodded slightly at the sky-breaking ape king before releasing a secret art. His left eye glowed, and his right eye shone with a black and white divine light. They formed a yin-yang twin fish diagram that spun continuously. Su Zimo took out the Tai horsetail whisk. With the jade handle as the shaft, the silver thread as the hair, and the true yuan as the ink, he wrote a few strange runes on the yin-yang twin fish diagram. Then, he threw the Tai horsetail whisk into the black and white boundary of the yin-yang twin fish diagram. It merged perfectly with the diagram and disappeared. The void cracked open, and a spatial tunnel appeared. Tai yin-yang escape. Su Zimo grabbed the monkey and was about to step into the spatial tunnel to leave the Blood Ape realm. Wait! At that moment, a Blood Ape King frowned and shouted, Leave Yuan Huang behind. This Blood Ape King didn't have any ill intentions. However, in his eyes, Su Zimo had already offended the celestial tribute world. If he followed him, the monkey would most likely die. Therefore, his first reaction was to ask Su Zimo to leave the monkey behind. Su Zimo stood at the entrance of the spatial tunnel. He paused and glanced sideways. Can you protect him? The Blood Ape King fell silent and lowered his head. If today's matter was investigated, the monkey would definitely die if he stayed in the blood ape realm. They didn't even dare to kill a horse monkey true spirit, let alone protect the monkey's life. Go! The sky-piercing ape king urged with his divine sense. At the same time, he charged toward Su Zimo and shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" Although the sky-piercing ape king charged over, he didn't actually use any techniques. He was just putting on an act. Su Zimo didn't stay any longer. He brought the monkey into the spatial tunnel and disappeared. Not long after he left, the void above the battle stage cracked open. A horse monkey king with a thick bloody aura walked out and looked around with a malicious gaze. It was the Red Sea Monkey King. What happened? The Red Sea Monkey King looked at the corpses and rivers of blood around him. Moreover, they were all from the horse monkey bloodline. His face couldn't help but turn gloomy. The horse monkey race's losses were too great. After seeing Ma Xian's corpse on the battle stage, the Red Sea Monkey King's bloody aura became even stronger. His expression was cold, and his aura became much more violent. He slowly asked, "Who did this?" Some of the horseshoe monkeys who were lucky enough to survive hurriedly ran over and recounted the scene that had just happened in detail. Yuan Huang, Su Zimo. The Red Sea Monkey King narrowed his eyes and murmured. Then, he glanced at the sky-piercing ape king and the other three beast kings and said coldly, "The four of you just stood by and watched, allowing an outsider to slaughter our horse monkey race. In my opinion, this Su Zimo or whatever was brought here by you. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext." The sky-piercing ape king sneered and said, "The entire process happened too quickly. Those two beast kings were killed before they could even last a single round. Moreover, that Su Zimo wanted to escape. We even tried to stop him, but we couldn't." Although the Red Sea Monkey King didn't see it with his own eyes, he could guess that the sky-piercing ape king and the others wouldn't try their best to stop him. "Whether you want to condemn someone or not, I'll find out after I capture those two bastards and search their souls." The Red Sea Monkey King sneered and said, "If this has anything to do with you, I'll bury 10 times, no, 100 times your blood apes." Chapter 2999. Hearing the Red Sea Monkey King's threat, the sky-breaking ape king sneered inwardly, but his expression did not change. Su Zimo had nothing to do with the blood ape race. Even if he did, that person had already escaped into the spatial tunnel. Even if the Red Sea Monkey King chased after him, he would not be able to catch up. Roar! The Red Sea Monkey King roared at the sky, summoning all the horse monkey kings to gather here. Many horse monkey kings came out of seclusion. Soon, 17 horse monkey kings arrived. Apart from the Red Sea Monkey King, there were 2 other peak-tier kings. The sky-breaking ape king looked on coldly. The cosmos was vast and boundless, it was possible for Su Zimo to escape in any direction. But in the universe, even the slightest deviation would cause the gap between them to widen. Even if the Red Sea Monkey King gathered 180 kings, it would still be hard for them to catch up to Su Zimo, let alone 18 kings. The Red Sea Monkey King gave a simple description of what had just happened. When the 17 horse monkey kings saw what had happened, their faces turned green. They were furious and filled with killing intent. "Red Sea, those 2 have already escaped for a long time. How do we chase after them?" A horse monkey king frowned. "The universe is vast. If we scatter and search, it will be like searching for a needle in a haystack." The Red Sea Monkey King said, "Everyone, don't worry. If you follow me, we will be able to catch up to those 2 ants. Although that brat has already escaped, the escape technique he used involves yin and yang. There will be traces of yin and yang left behind in this place." Traces of yin and yang? The other horse monkey kings frowned. They naturally could not see any traces of yin and yang with their divine senses. The sky-breaking Ape King also revealed a confused expression. But soon, he realized that something was wrong. The Red Sea Monkey King had already awakened the complete Redbone Horse Monkey bloodline. It was said that it understood yin and yang, understood human affairs, and avoided death. Others might not be able to see any traces of yin and yang, but it could not escape the Red Sea Monkey King's eyes. At this moment, the Red Sea Monkey King's eyes started to change. His left eye turned black and his right eye white. It turned into a pair of yin and yang eyes that could see through the void and capture traces of yin and yang. "Everyone, follow me," the Red Sea Monkey King said in a deep voice. The sky-breaking Ape King's eyes flickered. Just as he was about to step forward, a Blood Ape King stopped him and shook his head. "Patian, we can't do anything about this," the Blood Ape King said telepathically. The Heaven-breaking Ape King frowned and said, "If Qi Hai and the others chase after them, Yuan Huang and Yuan Huang will definitely die. Are we just going to sit by and do nothing? That Su Zimo's identity and background are unknown. Let's not act rashly," another Blood Ape King said. The Heaven-piercing Ape King said, "Even so, that Su Zimo did help us vent our anger, and Yuan Huang is also one of our clansmen. Patian, you have to understand that Su Zimo killed the king of the celestial tribute world. He's already committed a heinous crime." The first Blood Ape King said in a serious tone, "If we interfere, will definitely be used against us. Qi Hai and the others will definitely use this chance to accuse us of being sinners. When that time comes, we'll probably be locked up in the War Sin land and never see the light of day again." The other Blood Ape King said, "Back then, the Sector Lord suffered great humiliation and bowed to the celestial tribute world in order to protect us. We can't let him down." The sky-breaking Ape King clenched his fists and didn't say a word. He slowly lowered his head. Deep within the Blood Ape world, an old ape slowly stood up. A hint of hesitation flashed through his muddy eyes. "Sector Lord?" The Blood Ape King below him realized what the old ape was thinking and hurriedly said with his divine sense, "Don't be rash." Just as the old ape was about to move, he suddenly sensed two powerful divine consciousness pressures enveloping him. The old ape closed his eyes and stood still for a long time. Finally, he sighed and sat back down. "Those two juniors. What a pity," the old ape said in his heart. Su Zimo led Monkey through the dimensional tunnel and changed direction multiple times. They only stopped after 3 days. The two of them chatted a lot during the 3 days. Both of them talked about their experiences after ascending. Su Zimo talked about the tiger, Qing Qing, the golden lion, little fox, and the others. He also mentioned the night spirit. However, ever since he received some news about the night spirit in the celestial tribute world, there was no news. There was no other reason for him to stop temporarily, other than the fact that the monkey's injuries were very serious. Monkey's bloodline was only in its initial awakening. Coupled with the fact that Ma Xian was extremely heavy-handed, Monkey's bloodline and elixirs did not show any signs of recovery for the past 3 days. After all, his physique did not have the recovery capabilities of a rank 12 creation like Qinglian. Monkey was excited to be reunited with Su Zimo but was unwilling to rest. Instead, Monkey's condition worsened over the past 3 days. Monkey's injuries could not be dragged on any longer. Furthermore, the two of them were already far away from the Blood Ape world and should be out of danger. Su Zimo found a lifeless star nearby and landed there. He opened up a cave abode to treat Monkey's injuries. Although Monkey's injuries were severe, they were not troublesome for Su Zimo. Making use of the Qinglian bloodline, Su Zimo released his lotus finger and sent streams of rich and pure life force into Monkey's body. Monkey's injuries healed gradually at a faster speed. Around the ghastly bloody hole in his chest, tender granulation was also growing crazily, entangling and connecting together. At this rate, Monkey would be able to recover more or less in less than a day. Monkey recuperated in the cave abode while Su Zimo guarded at the side and rested with his eyes closed. About 4 hours later, Su Zimo sensed something and suddenly opened his eyes, frowning. Just a moment ago, a sense of danger suddenly rose in his heart, but it quickly disappeared. It was like a sudden impulse, or maybe it was just an illusion. At his cultivation realm, a sense of danger as such would definitely not appear out of nowhere, especially with the help of his spirit perception. Monkey's injuries had yet to recover. Su Zimo pondered for a moment before waking Monkey up and sending a voice transmission, "We can't stay here for long. Let's leave immediately." When Monkey saw Su Zimo's grim expression, it realized that something was wrong and bounced up from the ground. After the two of them left the cave abode, Su Zimo raised his head and his pupils constricted slightly. According to his senses, there were at least 10 kings hiding around this star. Su Zimo channeled his spirit consciousness and released the phantom of the Yin-Yang paradise, preparing to tear through the void and escape with Monkey. "How dare you think of escaping, you two little beasts?" Suddenly, a roar reverberated through the world. Immediately after, a huge hand covered in long hair descended from the sky, emitting a destructive aura that enveloped the two of them. Chapter 3000. Rumble. The hairy hand exploded with a suffocating aura. It was thick and vigorous, and before it truly descended, the mountain range beside Su Zimo had already begun to collapse. The huge star beneath their feet began to tremble continuously, and huge cracks appeared on the ground. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. The place where the two of them were slowly collapsing, and a huge 5-fingered palm print appeared. Too strong. This power could even destroy this star. It had completely exceeded the range that Su Zimo could withstand. The person who attacked was definitely a pinnacle king, even stronger than the Earth Rock King he had killed before. After all, the Earth Rock King was a king past his prime, and the one who attacked was clearly in his prime. Outside the Day-Night Land, Su Zimo had personally killed 2 pinnacle kings. However, this did not mean that he could fight against a pinnacle king head-on. The difference between the two was too great, an entire realm. Back then, the main reason why he could succeed was because Immortal King Yulan was restraining him. Now, the hairy hand had descended and sealed all the space between Su Zimo and the Earth Rock King. The spatial tunnel that he had just opened was crushed by the hairy hand, and he could not escape. Su Zimo activated his essence spirit and released another Grotto Heaven Phantom. Behind him, 2 Grotto Heaven Phantoms, the Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven and the Zenith Heaven Sword Tomb, appeared. Even so, they were still unable to resist the power of the hairy hand. The 2 Grotto Heaven Phantoms had just appeared when they collapsed. However, Su Zimo was still not done with his technique. 8 Fangs Divine Power, 4 heads, 8 arms, Immortal Slaying Sword, Dragon Elephant, 6 Paths of Reincarnation, Instant Youth, Spacetime Imprisonment, Vermilion Bird Skyfire, Limitless Yin and Yang, 9 Supreme Divine Abilities instantly burst forth. The person who attacked just now was the Red Sea Monkey King who was chasing after Su Zimo. The Red Sea Monkey King sensed Su Zimo's counterattack, and a hint of shock appeared in his eyes, followed by mockery and contempt. A single true spirit comprehended 9 unmatched divine abilities, and could even release them at the same time. This was simply unprecedented, and it truly left him shocked. However, no matter how strong the supreme divine abilities were, they could not threaten him. Even when the 9 supreme divine abilities were stacked together, it was of no use. He didn't even need to use his Scarlet Sea Cave to crush this ant to death. In his opinion, Su Zimo's counterattack was nothing more than the desperate struggle of a trapped beast, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. As expected. The Red Sea Monkey King only felt a slight resistance and pain when the 9 supreme abilities combined with the 2 Grotto Heaven Phantoms clashed against his giant palm. He channeled his chi and blood slightly, and the discomfort disappeared without a trace. The giant palm continued to press down. Suddenly, the Red Sea Monkey King seemed to have sensed something, and its expression changed. Its huge palm trembled, and it subconsciously withdrew. His lifespan was decreasing at an alarming rate. He was now 370,000 years old. He still had more than 600,000 years of lifespan left before reaching 1,000,000 years old. But in that instant, he had already lost 100,000 years of his lifespan. Just as he was retracting his hand in shock, he lost another 100,000 years of his lifespan. In the blink of an eye, 200,000 years of lifespan had disappeared without any signs of recovery. The Red Sea Monkey King couldn't care less about Su Zimo below. With a furious roar, he instantly released his perfected grotto heaven, and a sea of blood appeared behind him. With the arrival of the perfected grotto heaven, the loss of lifespan finally stopped, and the crisis was resolved. But even so, he had lost a total of 200,000 years of lifespan. Furthermore, the Red Sea Monkey King was completely baffled and didn't know how he had fallen for it. Su Zimo, who was below, lamented internally when he saw that. In fact, he also knew that even if the 9 supreme divine abilities were stacked together, they would not be able to injure a pinnacle king. The reason why he released all of them was because he wanted to hide the fleeting youth within so that no one would notice. Only this supreme divine ability could pose a threat to a pinnacle king. The Red Sea Monkey King was indeed hit, but he reacted extremely quickly. He held up his perfected grotto heaven and used an even stronger Dao technique to erase the fleeting youth, escaping from the crisis. Most of the time, Su Zimo would choose opponents who didn't have much lifespan left to release the fleeting youth. Only then would he have a higher chance of killing them in one strike. For a pinnacle king like the Red Sea Monkey King, even if he lost 200,000 years of his lifespan, he would still be in peak condition and his battle prowess would not decrease. "Let's go!" Su Zimo shouted softly, and 2 divine stones appeared in his eyes. He released the Tai Yin-Yang escape art and prepared to escape. In such a battle, the surrounding space would be distorted and shattered. Even a Grotto Heaven King would find it difficult to build a spatial tunnel and leave at will. However, the Tai Yin-Yang escape art was not restricted. "Humph. You want to leave?" Just as the Tai Yin-Yang escape art was released, 2 reprimands came from both sides. The next moment, a pitch-black staff descended from the sky, emitting an ear-piercing sound. It was powerful and heavy as it smashed toward the top of the monkey's head. The corners of Su Zimo's eyes twitched violently. The power of this staff had clearly reached the level of a pinnacle king. The second pinnacle king had arrived. He was already unable to resist a single peak king, let alone 2 peak kings. Moreover, there were at least 10 kings eyeing this star covetously. Before he could react, he suddenly felt his heart palpitate. A large spear pierced out from the side, piercing through the air, heading straight for his chest. Before the spear arrived, he could already smell a strong aura of death. The third pinnacle king. The 2 pinnacle kings targeted Su Zimo and the monkey respectively. Their attacks were sharp and filled with killing intent. If they could not withstand this attack, both of them would die on the spot, let alone escape. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them were on the verge of death. The monkey had yet to recover from its injuries and was completely helpless against the attacks of the pinnacle kings. Even so, it still released its bloodline and its eyes were filled with battle intent. Against the pinnacle kings, the monkey was still fearless and roared loudly. However, the difference in strength between the 2 parties was too great. Before the staff of the pinnacle king descended, the wind created by the staff alone was enough to shatter the 1,000-ton staff in the monkey's hands. An 8th tribulation numinous treasure was completely useless against a Grotto Heaven numinous treasure. Swoosh! Right then, a tsunami surged within Su Zimo's body as he channeled his bloodline to its limits. A gigantic jade-green Qinglian burst forth from behind him and soared into the skies in an insufferably domineering manner. The 12 circles of lotus leaves bloomed continuously and the Qinglian swayed, causing the cosmos to tremble. Su Zimo's bloodline phenomenon, the grade 12 creation Qinglian. The descent of this bloodline phenomenon instantly drew a few exclamations of bewilderment. The gigantic lotus leaves shielded the monkey's head and protected him beneath them. At the same time, Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and released his secret skill once more. His left eye was pitch black and his right eye was pure white, releasing 2 beams of light, one black and one white, that landed on the primordial unity horsetail whisk in his hands. Su Zimo wrote 12 mysterious runes in the void rapidly. 6 Ding 6 Jiashu, deities and ghosts shall disperse. Su Zimo hollered. The 12 runes transformed into 12 heavenly gods with terrifying auras around him. There were 6 men and 6 women, it was the primordial unity secret skill, 6 Ding 6 Jia gods. Chapter 3001. The Grand Unity secret skill was powerful enough. Given the current strength of Su Zimo's essence spirit, the physical body of the 6 Ding 6 Jia gods was comparable to that of a peerless king. However, the 6 Ding 6 Jia gods were not true kings at the end of the day. They had no blood qi, essence spirit, grotto heavens, and could not release any divine powers or secret skills. Furthermore, the 2 attacking were peak-level kings. The horse-monkey lineage had an extraordinary physique and bloodline and was a melee combat race. 2 peak-level kings could defeat the 6 Ding 6 Jia gods with just their physique and bloodline. Su Zimo used all his means but he could only delay them for a moment so that the 2 of them were not severely injured and died on the spot. Boom! The peak-level king who was charging toward the monkey held a long staff and shattered the bloodline phenomenon of the green lotus of creation with the momentum of splitting mountains. He also defeated all the 6 Liujia Yang gods in front of the monkey. There was still some strength left in this strike, and it continued to smash down. Relying on the momentary block of the Yang god, monkey dodged instinctively and retreated, raising its head. It was impossible for monkey to escape the range of the peak-level king's attack. It was already extremely fortunate that he could avoid his head being hit. Bang! The pitch-black rod descended and smashed heavily against monkey's chest with a dull thud. The next moment, a series of crackling sounds came from monkey's body as his bones shattered and his body burst into a blood mist. Monkey was sent flying by the rod and his eyes dimmed as his life force weakened. He had yet to recover from his injuries to begin with and was already on the verge of death after suffering such a heavy blow. When the peak-level king saw that his rod did not kill monkey, he exclaimed softly in surprise. Even with the Yang god's block, his rod was enough to kill monkey instantly. However, when his staff hit the monkey's body, it still encountered some resistance. It was as if he had hit a lump of sand, and a lot of the damage was reduced. 9 Heaven's Breath Soil. Su Zimo did not leave this top-grade defensive numinous treasure that was derived from the creation Qinglian for himself. Instead, he used it to help monkey resolve a crisis. After all, he was a rank 12 creation Qinglian. Even if he was severely injured, he would have a chance of survival with his powerful regeneration capabilities as long as he did not die on the spot. At the same time, the spear of the 3rd peak-level king pierced through the bodies of the 6 Ding Yin gods. Clang! Just as the spear was about to pierce Su Zimo's chest, he summoned the creation lotus platform in front of him and blocked the tip of the spear. Even so, the power that burst out from the spear was still fierce and violent. In an instant, the 4-headed, 8-armed Su Zimo was beaten back to his original form. Puff! Su Zimo spat out a large mouthful of blood. His arm that was holding onto the lotus platform of creation had already been broken. His skin had ruptured and blood was dripping, dyeing his green robe red. Su Zimo's face was pale, but his eyes were like torches. He was frighteningly calm as he took advantage of the situation to retreat. At this moment, the monkey had just been sent flying by the second Peak King's staff. Before the monkey landed on the ground, Su Zimo had just retreated to the monkey's side. With a single hand, he pulled the monkey up and threw the monkey on his back. His figure flashed continuously and he escaped into the spatial tunnel that was just condensed. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest pause. Although the two of them were severely injured, they managed to find a gap in the encirclement of 3 Peak Kings and escaped with their lives. Blocking the attacks of 3 Peak Kings in succession took a huge toll on Su Zimo. In those 2 breaths, Su Zimo had released almost all his trump cards. Even his essence spirit could not withstand it and he felt a sense of weakness. Even after escaping into the spatial tunnel, Su Zimo knew that the danger was not over yet. He endured the feeling of weakness and pulled himself together. Swallowing an immortal elixir, he activated his essence spirit once more and released many mystic abilities and secret techniques such as ethereal wings, tempest wings, rock wings, and others. Su Zimo carried the monkey on his back and the two of them transformed into a streak of golden light that sped through the spatial tunnel. It's actually the creation Qinglian? And it's a grade 12-1. When the Red Sea Monkey King saw the two of them escaping through the dimensional tunnel, its eyes shone with excitement as it murmured softly. It seemed that this time, not only could he make use of this opportunity to make trouble for the Sanguine Ape lineage, but he could also obtain a peerless treasure. At that moment, the remaining dozen or so kings also descended. Damn it, we didn't even have time to seal the surrounding space and that brat escaped. A Monkey King gritted his teeth. The Red Sea Monkey King's original plan was for the other kings to work together to seal the space and block all exits for Su Zimo and the monkey. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo sensed danger and wanted to escape immediately. Therefore, the Red Sea Monkey King decisively attacked. The Red Sea Monkey King released his yin-yang eyes again to check. He sneered and said, "This brat can't escape from me. Everyone, follow me." The Red Sea Monkey King broke through the void and led the other Monkey Kings into the spatial tunnel to chase after them. Su Zimo carried the monkey on his back and sped through the spatial tunnel at full speed. At the same time, the rank 12 creation Qinglian was also rapidly healing his injuries. His injuries were not serious. However, Monkey was in a terrible mental state and was close to dying. If he could not treat his injuries in time, he might not be able to last long. As Su Zimo rushed, he injected wisps of life force into Monkey's body. A moment later, Su Zimo sensed something and could not help but turn back with a grim expression. He'd already noticed that a strand of killing intent had surged out from behind him, and it was approaching swiftly. Could it be those kings earlier on? Su Zimo's heart sank to the bottom. If he could not shake off the group of monkey kings chasing after him, he would not be able to last long. Even in his peak condition, his speed might not be comparable to a peak king. Furthermore, he was injured, his essence spirit was weak and he was carrying someone on his back. Fufufu, right then, a series of laughter sounded from behind with a hint of hatred and mockery. "Little beast, you can't escape." As though he did not hear anything, Su Zimo continued running without stopping. "First, toss me down and leave by yourself, cough, cough." Monkey had just opened his mouth when he coughed out fresh blood that splattered onto Su Zimo's clothes with a hint of warmth. Su Zimo remained silent. "First, I can't make it anymore. If you carry me, we won't be able to escape." Monkey's head drooped weakly on Su Zimo's shoulder. His voice was weak and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Su Zimo's eyes were bloodshot as he hollered, "We won't die. We have to live well. We still have to look for the tiger, Qing Qing and the others. At that time, the 7 of us will gather and drink to our heart's content." At the mention of the tiger and Qing Qing, Monkey's eyes shone brightly and he seemed to be in better spirits. Monkey no longer spoke, as though he had lost all his strength. His short breaths were filled with a strong stench of blood. Monkey. As though he wanted Monkey to perk himself up, Su Zimo suddenly laughed and said loudly, "I thought of something. Back in Song Lang mountain range, you carried me on your back and fled the entire way when I was hunted down by the group of people from Joyful Clan." After a slight pause, Su Zimo said, "Today, it's my turn to carry you." Scenes from back then flashed past Monkey's eyes. When he heard Su Zimo's words, his eyes gradually moistened. He knew that no matter what happened, Su Zimo would not abandon him. Even if it meant death. Chapter 3002. Bro, where are you going now? Monkey asked with a weak voice. I haven't thought about it yet. Su Zimo was thinking of countermeasures as he fled. Wu Dao's true body was currently cultivating in seclusion in hell and his two true bodies had long lost contact. There was no way he could count on them. If the two of them could rush to the vast wilderness, they would naturally be able to resolve the crisis. However, this place was too far away from the vast wilderness. Given his speed, it would take dozens of days even if he rushed day and night. Furthermore, the Monkey Kings were in hot pursuit. At this rate, the two of them would not be able to last more than a day. How about, cough, cough? Monkey had just opened his mouth when he coughed out blood once more. He panted heavily before raising his finger and pointing in a direction. Go there, what's there? Su Zimo asked instinctively. I don't know. Monkey's breathing was weak and his voice was like a mosquito. Su Zimo hesitated for a moment before changing his trajectory and speeding in the direction Monkey pointed. Since he could not think of a better countermeasure at the moment, he might as well follow Monkey's advice and head over to take a look. Perhaps, there might be a turn for the better. As Su Zimo sprinted, he channeled pure vitality into Monkey's body. After resting on Su Zimo's back for a moment, Monkey seemed to have recovered some strength and said, "Back when I entered the true self realm and condensed my Tao fruit, I awakened the bloodline of the full-armed blood ape. The moment I awakened my bloodline, I sensed that something in this direction seemed to have established a faint connection with my bloodline. However, my cultivation realm was too low and the blood ape world was monitored by the monkeys. I didn't have a chance to leave." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Could there be an opportunity in that direction that could allow Monkey to completely awaken the full-armed blood ape bloodline? If it were any other time, that would naturally be a huge blessing. However, the two of them were being chased by a group of Monkey Kings and were in a precarious situation. Even if they managed to find such an opportunity, it was hard to predict whether it would be a blessing or a curse. Su Zimo did not stop in his tracks and turned back to take a look. Although he could not see the Monkey Kings in his line of sight, the killing intent behind him was still closing in like a shadow. I still can't shake off these monkeys. Su Zimo frowned. Monkey said, "Big brother, the escape technique you just released should involve yin and yang. As for the horse Monkey King that was chasing after our leader, it was the Red Sea Monkey King. It has the bloodline of the Redbone Horse Monkey and is proficient in both yin and yang. Maybe his yin-yang eyes saw through your escape technique." Su Zimo nodded secretly. In the 3,000 worlds, there were tens of thousands of races. There were countless divine abilities and secret arts that countered each other. Although the Tai Yin-Yang escape art was powerful and could even tear open the void to leave the battlefield, it was not invulnerable. There were always some powerful and mysterious methods that could break it. His cultivation level was still too low. If he could take another step forward, perhaps he could try to fight with his life on the line. With his current cultivation level, he could break through to the Grotto Heaven realm at any time. However, breaking through this great realm was no small matter. He could not be disturbed in any way, nor could he succeed in a short period of time. He was injured and was being pursued by a group of monkey kings. There was no chance for him to break through to the grotto heaven realm. The two of them fled the entire way. As time passed by, the killing intent behind them closed in and became clearer. About half a day later, Su Zimo turned back and could vaguely make out a few figures. The leader was the Red Sea Monkey King that Monkey mentioned. Su Zimo had a grim expression. If this continued, the two of them would be caught in less than half a day. Right then, a massive devouring power suddenly appeared from the front. Su Zimo focused his gaze and stopped in his tracks hurriedly, his heart skipping a beat. Right in front of the two of them, a gigantic black hole appeared in the spatial tunnel. It emitted a sinister and terrifying aura, as though it wanted to devour and kill everything in the world. Su Zimo was about to change directions and circle around the black hole when Monkey suddenly said, "That feeling has been cut off." Su Zimo was slightly stunned. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo raised his head once more and glared at the black hole before him with a flickering gaze. Could it be? A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. However, this thought was way too crazy and there was a high chance that the two of them would not be able to return. Could it be, inside? Monkey asked softly as he thought of this possibility as well. Both of them thought of the same thing. However, it was a black hole in the cosmos after all. When Su Zimo ascended, he had personally experienced the terror of a black hole in the cosmos and had a lingering fear. Once an immortal king expert was trapped within, it would be difficult for them to escape and they would most likely die. If there was another world within the black hole in the cosmos, the two of them might have a chance of survival. However, if this was a true black hole in the cosmos, the two of them would definitely die if they barged in. "You two beasts, why aren't you running anymore?" The Red Sea Monkey King's voice approached with a hint of mockery. "Oh? So, there's no path ahead. Ha ha ha. Let's take a gamble." A look of determination flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as he said in a deep voice, "We won't be able to last much longer even if we continue running. Let's charge in and take a look. Even if we die, we'll die together." "All right." The Monkey King agreed. Su Zimo took a deep breath and charged toward the black hole with the Monkey King on his back. Soon, they were swallowed by the black hole and disappeared. "You!" The Red Sea Monkey King was enraged when he saw this. He wanted to capture the two of them alive, but he didn't expect the two of them to be so resolute as to charge into the black hole in the cosmos. He couldn't stop them in time. The Red Sea Monkey King caught up and stopped. He looked at the black hole in the cosmos with a gloomy expression. Another Pinnacle King said, "Even with our cultivation, we don't dare to step in. Those two true spirits will definitely be annihilated if they barge in. It's just a pity for that rank 12 creation realm Qinglian." The third Pinnacle King smacked his lips in pity. The Red Sea Monkey King clenched his fists tightly and didn't say a word. After chasing for so long, he still didn't get anything in the end. He couldn't accept this. "Those two are dead. Let's retreat," the Pinnacle King beside him said. The Red Sea Monkey King didn't move. He narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "If it's really a black hole in the cosmos, those two will naturally die. But what if it's not?" "You mean?" The other two Pinnacle Kings looked at each other and fell into deep thought. "How do we determine if this black hole is real or fake?" One of the Pinnacle Kings asked. This was the key question. The Red Sea Monkey King raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything. The other two Pinnacle Kings seemed to have thought of something as they each took 2 steps back and put some distance between them. The Red Sea Monkey King suddenly smiled and said, "No rush. Let's wait for the people behind us." Of the 18 Horse Monkey Kings, the Red Sea Monkey King and the other two Pinnacle Kings were the fastest. They followed closely behind Su Zimo and were the first to arrive. As for the remaining kings and ordinary kings, they were much slower. They were like ordinary kings and were even slower than Su Zimo. After a while, the remaining 10-odd kings caught up one after another. End of this chapter. Chapter 3003. Su Zimo carried Monkey on his back and barged into the black hole. Instantly, he lost his 5 senses and also his sense of time and space. There was no sound and no sense of direction. The surroundings were pitch black and an indescribable sense of loneliness surged in his heart. However, that feeling of loneliness vanished before long. The powerful ripping force in the black hole did not appear either. The two of them seemed to have passed through a barrier and entered another space. Indeed. Inside this so-called black hole in space, there was a completely different world. Su Zimo hurriedly stabilized his body and spread out his spirit consciousness to survey the surroundings. Both of them were stunned when they saw what was inside. Wherever their gazes landed, corpses were strewn everywhere and countless divine weapons and Dharma treasures were scattered. They extended all the way to the endless void in front of them. It was clear how tragic the battle back then was. This battle had been over for a long time and the flesh on the corpses had long rotted. However, they could still roughly deduce the race of these corpses through their shapes. This place seems to be, Su Zimo murmured softly and did not continue. Monkey had a shocked expression and widened his eyes. He said slowly, most of the people who died here were from the ape race. Su Zimo carried Monkey and walked in the air. When the two of them passed by, they stirred up a slight breeze that blew across the battlefield. Countless corpses and divine weapons were reduced to ashes and scattered in midair. After an unknown amount of time, the corpses of these experts were reduced to dust by the slightest external force. Look over there. Monkey suddenly pointed to a tattered flag not far away and said, "That's the totem flag of the stone monkey lineage." Stone monkey lineage? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he said, "I heard that the stone monkey lineage was wiped out at the end of the war epoch and has long gone extinct." At this point, the two of them thought of a possibility at the same time. This battlefield should have been left behind from the war epoch. It was also because it had been through several epochs that the corpses of these experts were so fragile and dissipated with a single blow of the wind. This doesn't seem like a simple battlefield. Su Zimo looked into the distance and pondered. The two sides of the battlefield were still empty. Only the front of the battlefield was covered with corpses and bones, which continued to spread. It felt as if the path beneath their feet was made up of piles of bones, leading to an unknown place in front of them. At this moment, an ancient stone tablet appeared in front of him. It was covered in the marks of time, and there were 3 large words carved on it that had become blurry. Su Zimo looked at it with rapt attention. After carefully distinguishing it, he subconsciously read it out, "The path to heaven, in the boundless starry sky." When all the horse monkey kings had arrived, the Red Sea Monkey King scanned the crowd. With a flash of his body, he arrived in front of a horse monkey king and said indifferently, "Huang Sha, condense a soul slip and pass it to me." The Yellow Sand Monkey King was taken aback. He asked instinctively, "What is it?" "Cut the crap." The Red Sea Monkey King shouted. This Yellow Sand Monkey King was only at the initial stage of the Grotto Heaven realm. Naturally, he did not dare to go against the Red Sea Monkey King's will. After cursing inwardly, he obediently condensed a soul slip and passed it to the Red Sea Monkey King. The Red Sea Monkey King took the soul slip and looked at the black hole not far away. "Go in and take a look." The Yellow Sand Monkey King was stunned. He stammered, That's a black hole in space." Another Pinnacle King said in a deep voice, "Those 2 little bastards have already rushed in. There should be another world inside. There shouldn't be any danger. Don't worry. Those who could cultivate to this level were no fools. They could naturally see the Red Sea Monkey King's intentions. The Yellow Sand Monkey King cursed inwardly. "If there's no danger, why don't you go in yourselves and let me take the risk instead?" The Yellow Sand Monkey King's eyes flickered. He wanted to turn around, but he realized that the three Pinnacle Kings had already surrounded him, completely blocking all his exits. From the looks of it, even if he did not go, he would be forcefully thrown in by the three of them. "Go." The Red Sea Monkey King raised his hand with a cold expression. The Yellow Sand Monkey King's expression was terrible. He gritted his teeth in hatred, but there was nothing he could do. He could only brace himself, hold up a grotto heaven, take out all his Dharma treasures, and charge in with his eyes closed. The Red Sea Monkey King stared at the Yellow Sand Monkey King's soul slip. 10 breaths. 100 breaths. The soul slip was intact. The Red Sea Monkey King's eyes lit up. Success. If it was truly a black hole in space, the Yellow Sand Monkey King would not even be able to last 10 breaths given his combat strength, let alone 100 breaths. "Let's go." The Red Sea Monkey King thought of Qinglian and charged towards the black hole in space without hesitation. When Su Zimo saw the stone tablet with the words "Path to Heaven," he stopped in his tracks instinctively. Path to Heaven, could the legendary heavenly courts be at the end of this path? In the battle of the Great Wilderness, the Arch-Azure Flame and the others retreated in defeat and returned to the heavenly courts. Wu Dao's true body chased after them, but he was forced to retreat after feeling a tremendous pressure. From this, it was clear that there was an insurmountable barrier between the heavenly courts and the middle world. There was no path at all. "Since there's no path in this world, I'll carve out a path and crush the heavens to reach the heavenly courts. I'll never return." An indescribable sense of desolation and tragedy reverberated in their hearts as they looked at the three words on the stone tablet. The path to heaven was a path paved with blood and corpses. Su Zimo felt as though he was looking at an old ape with a high fighting spirit leading the stone monkey lineage to conquer the high and mighty heavenly courts. They were bathed in blood and fought with an indomitable will. Right then, a commotion came from behind the two of them. Su Zimo turned back and saw a figure stumbling in. It was a horse monkey king. Su Zimo frowned slightly. He was injured and had used all his trump cards. His essence spirit was greatly depleted after fleeing the entire time. Even if the horse monkey king was only at lesser mastery of the grotto heaven realm, he would not be a match for it. Furthermore, there was a high chance that this person was here to scout. Following closely behind would definitely be the Red Sea Monkey King and the others. Su Zimo did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly carried the monkey on his back and continued speeding forward. There was no path on either side and he could only advance along the path to heaven that was piled up with corpses. Perhaps it was not just to escape. At that moment, both Su Zimo and the monkey wanted to follow the footsteps of their predecessors and see where the end of the path to heaven led to. What was the so-called heavenly courts? As the two of them advanced continuously and walked further along the path to heaven, the corpses in the surroundings gradually decreased. In fact, some of the corpses did not turn to dust even after several epochs after Su Zimo and the monkey passed by. They were still relatively well preserved. Those who died here might have been Emperor Realm experts back then. Su Zimo sighed internally and lamented. Apart from some experts of the sanguine ape lineage, the two of them also saw some heaven bestowment orders scattered around the corpses along the way. From this, it could be seen that an intense battle had broken out between the sanguine ape realm and the heaven bestowment realm before they arrived at the heavenly courts. Chapter 3004. Based on the corpses along the way, the Blood Ape world should have broken through the obstruction of the celestial tribute world in that battle back then. After that, the great army of the Blood Ape realm seemed to have marched straight in, and did not encounter much obstruction. For a long period of time after that, there were no corpses and only thick fog gradually appeared. The two of them continued forward. Before long, the number of corpses along the way increased once more, piling up densely. It was clear that after the experts of the Blood Ape world passed through the celestial tribute world, the battle broke out once more after a relatively peaceful journey. Su Zimo swept his gaze and caught sight of a badge beneath the corpses. Su Zimo did not stop in his tracks and casually picked one up to examine. That badge was not the celestial tribute badge. Its material and shape were similar to the ones that hung on the waists of the people of the heavenly courts. However, the words on the badges were not Yen or Tsang, but Jun. Su Zimo frowned slightly. Yen, Tsang, Jun. What did the three badges represent? Monkey did not speak much after stepping onto the path to heaven. He was already severely injured to begin with. Coupled with the fact that he had witnessed countless corpses of his race along the way, he was mournful and depressed. His condition was deteriorating and he was close to dying. Su Zimo was secretly anxious. Monkey's injuries could not drag on for long. He had to find a safe place as soon as possible to treat Monkey with the lotus finger. However, along the way, there were corpses all around and there was no place to hide. The Red Sea Monkey King and the others were chasing closely behind. If they stopped now, the two of them would die even faster. The path to heaven beneath their feet stretched in the void with layers of fog, as though it would never end. Su Zimo perked up once more and sprinted forward for a distance. However, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. The fog ahead dissipated and a thick pitch-black stone pillar appeared. It stood on the path to heaven and almost blocked the entire path. That thick stone pillar would probably require dozens of people to wrap their arms around it. It was filled with cracks and marks of being chiseled by axes. Su Zimo could not make out anything. Carrying Monkey on his back, he followed the edge of the stone pillar and circled around it carefully, intending to continue forward. However, he was stunned the moment he arrived beside the stone pillar. There was no road ahead. Su Zimo looked over and there was only a dark and deep void in front of him. If he continued to move forward, he would really escape into the black hole that had no time, space, direction, and even his five senses. He would die for sure. The reason why he and the monkey were able to remain unscathed in the black hole was entirely because of the existence of this path to heaven. But the path to heaven was cut off here. Su Zimo's eyes dimmed and he sighed softly. Who would have thought that after fleeing for so long on the path to heaven, in the end, it was actually a dead end? Seemingly having heard Su Zimo's sigh, the monkey tried its best to open its eyes and take a look. The first thing he saw was the pitch-black stone pillar in front of him. Big brother, this pillar, cough cough, there's something strange about it. Monkey's aura was weak as he spoke intermittently. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and looked over. He couldn't help but exclaim softly. The scene before him was as though the path to heaven was cut in half by the gigantic stone pillar beside him. Su Zimo circled the stone pillar and looked at it. He couldn't see the end of the stone pillar at all, as though it stretched between the heavens and earth, reaching the heavens and the nine hells. Indeed, the stone pillar looked strange and unusual. However, Su Zimo still couldn't make out anything from it. He used his spirit consciousness and tried to put the stone pillar into his storage bag, but there was no reaction. Furthermore, the Red Sea Monkey King's group would catch up soon and he didn't have much time to study it. Come closer, Monkey murmured softly. Su Zimo took a step forward and almost leaned against the stone pillar. Monkey grit its teeth and used the last of its strength to raise its blood-stained palm and lean against the pitch-black stone pillar gently. Boom! Suddenly, the pitch-black stone pillar trembled and dust fell. The path to heaven shook as well. The next moment, a series of golden lights burst forth from the pitch-black stone pillar that was filled with cracks, dispersing the surrounding fog. Su Zimo looked over. These golden lights were emitted from the marks on the pitch-black stone pillar, and these marks formed two large, wild and unruly characters, Do Zhan. The Red Sea Monkey King's group chased along the path to heaven. There was no sadness or anger in the eyes of the Red Sea Monkey King's group as they looked at the many corpses along the way. Instead, they were unusually excited. The corpses on this path were all left behind at the end of the battle era. The Battle Catalogue, a taboo secret scripture created by the Battle Emperor, has been lost for several epochs. Could it be that it was buried here? That's highly possible. The few Monkey Kings discussed in secret. Initially, they thought that they would be able to obtain a simple massacre this time round. To think that they would have the chance to obtain such an opportunity. Naturally, the Red Sea Monkey King thought of that as well and tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart without showing it on the surface. It was no wonder that the corpses of the battle-era powerhouses had not been seen in the Blood Ape realm. Unexpectedly, they had all died here and no one had discovered them even after several eras. The upper realm was too big. This starry black hole was like a grain of sand in the Ganges River, like a speck of dust in the vast sea of stars. It was very difficult to notice. Even if someone saw it, they would avoid it for fear of being sucked into it. Even if there were great emperors who could withstand the damage of the starry black hole and happened to encounter this starry black hole in the vast sea of stars, why would they rush in rashly? No one knew if there were other dangers in the starry black hole. Great emperors would not rush in for unknown danger zones for no reason. At this moment, a loud sound came from the front. The path to heaven under their feet was shaking slightly. The Red Sea Monkey King and the rest stopped in their tracks subconsciously. They were bewildered, not knowing what had happened. All of a sudden, the fog in front of them was torn apart by rays of golden light. The Red Sea Monkey King and the rest followed the golden light and looked into the distance. Soon, they saw the huge and thick pitch-black stone pillar and the two words on it. Battle. The Red Sea Monkey King murmured softly, his eyes shining brightly. If he guessed correctly, this pitch-black stone pillar should be the divine weapon that the Battle Emperor wielded in the past. This divine weapon was obviously destroyed. It was covered in cracks and almost shattered. It no longer had the elegance of an Emperor divine weapon. Even so, the shattered Emperor divine weapon was still indestructible and was a rare treasure. Su Zimo had obtained the Emperor divine weapon, the prison suppression cauldron. It had helped him a lot in his cultivation. The heavens are really helping me. The Red Sea Monkey King was overjoyed. The anger and sadness of losing his son had long disappeared. Now, he had the chance to obtain the Grade 12 Creation Qinglian, the Emperor Divine Weapon, and even the Forbidden Secret Manual. He was still thinking to himself, my son, my years of raising you were not in vain. You brought me such a rare opportunity. You died a worthy death. Chapter 3005. Just as everyone was having their own thoughts, the 10,000 rays of golden light that had just bloomed suddenly disappeared. The Red Sea Monkey King and the others didn't have time to think as they hurriedly moved forward. Not long after, everyone arrived in front of the pitch-black stone pillar. There's no path? Everyone quickly noticed that the path to heaven had been cut off behind the black stone pillar. Where are the two people from before? By the time the Red Sea Monkey King and the others arrived, Su Zimo and the monkey had already disappeared. There was no place to hide, and the path to heaven had been cut off. It was as if the two had disappeared into thin air. Could it be that they knew they were going to die, so they charged into the black hole and died inside? A Monkey King guessed. The Red Sea Monkey King arrived before the black stone pillar and stared at the blood-colored palm imprint on it. His eyes flashed as he said, if I'm not wrong, the two of them should have already hidden inside the Emperor's weapon. Many of the Monkey Kings were slightly startled as a hint of confusion flashed through their eyes. Another peak-tier king nodded and said, "What the Red Sea Monkey King said is very likely. Legend has it that the Emperor of Battle's weapon isn't just a weapon for killing, it's also a spatial weapon. There's a world inside, and the Emperor of Battle's inheritance is very likely to be inside." The Red Sea Monkey King took out a weapon from his interspatial bag and cut his palm. He raised his blood-dripping palm and also imprinted it on the black stone pillar. The black stone pillar didn't react at all. The Red Sea Monkey King frowned slightly as his expression sank. The other two peak-tier kings rejoiced and hurriedly stepped forward, revealing their bloodlines and dripping their blood on the black stone pillar. Their blood fell on the black stone pillar, but it still didn't react. The two peak-tier kings' expressions also sank. When the remaining monkey kings saw this, they all stepped forward and released their bloodlines. However, the black stone pillar still didn't react. What's going on? Could it be that our bloodlines aren't good enough? According to what I know, the Emperor of Battle had the bloodline of the long-armed blood ape. The monkeys discussed in low voices. It shouldn't have anything to do with bloodlines. The Red Sea Monkey King suddenly said, "If it's related to bloodlines, it's understandable that the long-armed blood ape entered, but why was that human able to hide inside as well?" All the monkey kings nodded silently. In terms of bloodline distance, their bloodlines had an advantage over Su Zimo's human bloodline. The Red Sea Monkey King suddenly smiled and said, "It's no big deal to let them beat us to it. What brilliant plan does Brother Chi Hai have?" The two peak kings hurriedly asked. The Red Sea Monkey King said, "This divine combat weapon is already ownerless. Although we can't enter the space inside, we can try to refine it." The eyes of the two peak kings lit up. If it was a real great emperor divine weapon, it would be impossible for them to refine it. However, this divine battle weapon was severely damaged and was no longer what it used to be. Perhaps even the weapon's spirit had already dissipated. If he could refine it and turn it into his own divine weapon, he would naturally be able to enter it freely, control everything, and obtain the inheritance. A monkey king said, "After all, it's a great emperor divine weapon. Even if it's broken, it won't be easy to refine it. It might take hundreds or thousands of years. By that time, the blood ape inside should have already obtained the inheritance." Hee hee. The Red Sea Monkey King snickered and said, "So what if he obtained all the inheritances of the great emperor? That blood ape is only at the Kongming stage, and that human is only at the paradise stage. Can those two little bastards really do anything? Don't forget that we're surrounded by a black hole that isolates everything, including heaven earth yuan qi." The monkey kings suddenly understood. The secret of the grotto heaven was to open a chamber outside one's body that could reach the heavens and absorb heaven earth yuan qi. However, their grotto heavens couldn't absorb heaven earth yuan qi inside the black hole. Only the Red Sea Monkey King and the other two peak kings, who had cultivated their grotto heavens to the peak and were on the path to the heavens, could absorb some heaven earth yuan qi through the power of the black hole. The two inside the black stone pillar were only true spirits. Inside this black hole that isolated everything, even if they obtained the great emperor's inheritance and heaven earth yuan qi, there wouldn't be any substantial increase in strength. Not to mention breaking through a major realm, even advancing a minor realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Another peak king said, "It's worth it even if we wait 10,000 years or even 100,000 years with those two, let alone a few 100,000 years." The Red Sea Monkey King looked at the remaining 10-odd monkey kings and said, "You've all come with me, and once we obtain the great battle emperor's inheritance, we'll naturally give all of you some benefits." The monkey kings became spirited and revealed joyful expressions. The Red Sea Monkey King and the other two peak kings glanced at each other and did not say anything. The most important reason why the Red Sea Monkey King said these words was to keep the other horned monkey kings here. If someone left and told the emperors in their race about this, they definitely wouldn't have a chance to obtain the great battle emperor's inheritance. Let's not waste any time. Let's begin. The Red Sea Monkey King and the two Peak Kings discussed for a while before sitting down in front of the black stone pillar. A complete grotto heaven appeared behind them as they started to refine it. After the Red Sea Monkey King finished refining it, he could slowly recover Heaven Earth Yuan Qi. The second Peak King went up. The three of them could keep the Great Battle Emperor's grotto heaven in order to refine it. The remaining ordinary kings and peerless kings didn't participate. They couldn't absorb Heaven Earth Yuan Qi from here to refine the Great Battle Emperor's grotto heaven. Once they exhausted their Heaven Earth Yuan Qi, it would be extremely difficult to recover. The Red Sea Monkey King and the others guessed correctly. Su Zimo and the monkey had indeed entered the black stone pillar. It was only natural that the monkey could enter. When the monkey had awakened its bloodline, it had already sensed the summoning. He was rather surprised that Su Zimo could also enter. The two hid in the Great Battle Emperor's grotto heaven and paid attention to the commotion outside. When they saw that the Red Sea Monkey King and the others couldn't enter, the two heaved a sigh of relief and completely relaxed. No matter what, at least they were temporarily out of danger. Su Zimo looked around. This place was rather spacious with bare walls all around. There were no miscellaneous items and he could see everything at a glance. "I'll heal you first." Su Zimo got the monkey to sit in front of him and used the creation Qinglian bloodline to execute the lotus finger. Streams of pure life energy entered the monkey's body. In just a day, the monkey had mostly recovered. Its face was rosy and its breathing was stable. "Big brother, I'm fine." Monkey knew that Su Zimo was injured. He had carried him on his back the entire time and had even treated him. Therefore, he had expended a lot of energy. Bouncing up, he stretched his muscles and a series of crackling sounds could be heard from his body. Su Zimo nodded. He just needed to rest for a while. With the recovery ability of the rank 12 creation Qinglian, he would be able to recover to his original state. Chapter 3006. Strange. The monkey scratched his head and said, "If Big Brother can enter this place, why can't these monkeys enter?" Su Zimo glanced at the group of monkey experts guarding outside. His gaze fell on the Fengtian medallion at their waists, and he seemed to understand something. Back then, the Emperor of Dozhan had fought against the Fengtian world on the path to heaven. Now, these monkey kings had chosen to submit to the Fengtian world. With the Fengtian medallion at their waists, this battle divine weapon would never allow such people to enter. The Emperor of Dozhan had died many years ago, leaving only this weapon standing alone in the starry black hole. If the Emperor of Dozhan still had a bit of power left, Su Zimo and the monkey would have killed these monkey kings without needing to do anything. As for why Su Zimo could enter this place, he guessed that it was very likely related to the Emperor of Dozhan's projection that Wu Dao's original body had seen when he accepted the true marshal's 10th tribulation. Perhaps because of this battle divine weapon did not reject him. The two rested here for another day before preparing to take a look around. Su Zimo said, according to the monkeys outside, the Emperor of Dozhan might have left his inheritance here. "Monkey, this is your opportunity. It's useless even if you get the Emperor's inheritance." The monkey shrugged slightly and glanced at the Red Sea Monkey King and the others outside. "If they guard outside, we'll never be able to get out. This place isolates the Heaven and Earth Yuan Qi. If we waste time here, we won't be able to enter the Grotto Heaven realm. We won't be able to last as long as those kings." "It's fine." Su Zimo patted the monkey's shoulder and smiled. "If they keep guarding outside, they'll all die here." "Huh?" The monkey blinked, not understanding where Su Zimo's confidence came from. Su Zimo briefly explained the situation of Wu Dao's original body to the monkey. He had indeed lost contact with Wu Dao's original body. But he knew that Wu Dao's original body was in seclusion in hell. The crisis of the Great Wilderness had yet to be resolved. If nothing went wrong, Wu Dao's true body would return to the Great Wilderness from the Infernal Court in 200 to 300 years, and the two true bodies would re-establish their connection. If Wu Dao's true body could rush over, none of these monkey kings would be able to escape. Of course, there was a prerequisite. Wu Dao's original body could help Daiyu survive the next calamity of the Great Wilderness. Su Zimo and Monkey looked around and didn't see any way out. This place was like an empty secret chamber. There's something strange about this wall. Su Zimo stood in front of a wall. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked the cold stone wall. There were many protrusions on this stone wall, and the corners were clearly defined. However, it was covered by a thick layer of dust, making it hard to see clearly. Su Zimo waved his sleeves, bursting out a burst of true essence, shaking off the dust on the wall, and stared at it. Su Zimo looked at the stone wall and exclaimed softly. There was a huge relief sculpture carved on the stone wall. It was a 30-meter-tall ape with a burly figure and extremely long arms. It held a pitch-black staff in its hand, and its eyes were tightly shut as it stood upright with its head held high. The relief sculpture on the stone wall was extremely lifelike and could be said to be a work of the gods. Even the fur on the ape's body could be seen clearly and was extremely exquisite. The appearance of this ape looked somewhat familiar. There were 4 words written at the bottom of the relief sculpture. Battle Soul, Monkey murmured softly, as though it had thought of something. Its eyes were filled with joy as it was about to speak. Suddenly, the ape sculpture on the stone wall opened its lantern-sized eyes that shone with a scarlet blood light. Opening its mouth, it let out a deafening roar toward Su Zimo and Monkey. Roar! The relief sculpture was extremely tall to begin with. Now that it seemed to have awakened and come alive, it let out an unstoppable battle intent that surged over with its roar. Caught off guard, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he took a step back instinctively. His eyes met with the blood eyes of the relief sculpture. In a daze, Su Zimo seemed to have entered another space. Monkey had already disappeared and a young sanguine ape stood opposite him. The sanguine ape looked exactly the same as the relief sculpture. Behind the sanguine ape stood the figure of a 100 feet tall sanguine ape. Su Zimo finally recalled where he had seen the sanguine ape before. When the true marshal's 10th heavenly tribulation descended, it revealed an old ape with white fur. If the old ape was younger, it should have the appearance of the sanguine ape before him. The sanguine ape before him was the young emperor of Dozhan. Senior, let's fight. Su Zimo had just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by the emperor of Dozhan's loud roar. Before he could react, the Emperor of Dozhan had already raised his long staff and launched a fierce attack on him. The sanguine ape's cultivation level was the same as his. However, with the help of the 100-foot-tall figure behind him, the Emperor of Dozhan's combat power had increased by more than 2 times. The Emperor of Dozhan's attacks were too fierce, and Su Zimo could only fight back. At first, he still had some leeway. However, he was facing the Emperor of Dozhan after all. Even though he was young, his combat talent was still extremely terrifying. Su Zimo held back and quickly fell into a disadvantage. He was completely suppressed by the Emperor of Dozhan's attacks and kept retreating. The battle went on for a long time, and Su Zimo had been passively defending. However, the Emperor of Dozhan seemed to be tireless. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. Su Zimo kept retreating, but the Emperor of Dozhan was aggressive and seemed to want to kill him. Even though he respected the Emperor of Dozhan, he was gradually angered by the beating. Humph! Su Zimo directly used the supreme four-headed, 8-armed ability. He held the Qingping sword, the Tai horsetail whisk, the 3 treasures Jade Rui scepter, the lotus platform of creation, and many other divine weapons and numinous treasures to counterattack. Although the Emperor of Dozhan was powerful and brave, he could not withstand Su Zimo's four-headed, 8-armed ability. Before long, he was severely injured by Su Zimo. "You win," the Emperor of Dozhan said. The next moment, everything around him disappeared. Su Zimo was still standing in the same spot. He did not move at all. The scene just now seemed to be an illusion. The monkey was standing not far from him. His entire body was tense and sweating profusely. He frowned as if he was in a special state. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and did not rashly go forward to disturb him. He only looked at the relief on the stone wall thoughtfully. Not long after, the monkey suddenly let out a loud cry and woke up, panting heavily. "Did you just enter a special space and see an extremely powerful sanguine ape?" Su Zimo described what he had just encountered to the monkey. The monkey's experience was almost the same as his. However, the Emperor of Dozhan that the monkey met was at the same cultivation level as the monkey. "Big brother, this is the Emperor of Dozhan's inheritance." The monkey clenched his fist slightly and seemed to have understood something. So the Emperor of Dozhan's taboo, the Dozhan catalogue, is not a picture but a relief. As soon as he finished speaking, cracks appeared on the stone wall in front of them. The relief collapsed along with the stone wall. The smoke and dust dissipated. After passing through the ruins, the two saw the relief on the second stone wall. Chapter 3007. The Blood Ape realm also has mystic techniques that can increase the combat strength of one's physical body, bloodline, and essence spirit. However, they are not as powerful as the battle catalog. This is a powerful mystic technique that can help us fight above our level. Monkey said, "Back then, the Emperor of Dozhan was invincible and created an epic because of the battle catalog. Increase the combat strength of one's physical body and bloodline?" Su Zimo murmured softly. Monkey continued, "The battle soul is the foundation of the battle catalog. The deeper you cultivate this mystic manual, the battle soul will also grow and increase your combat strength." Rumble. On the second wall, there was a burst of shaking. Dust and sand rustled and fell, revealing the lifelike reliefs on it. Su Zimo and Monkey turned to look. On the second wall, apart from the relief of the Emperor of Dozhan, there were countless cultivators surrounding him. There were dragons that soared through the clouds, Protoss that shone brightly, Heavenly Eye race that had heavenly eyes, Kuan race that had gigantic bodies. Thousands of races stood on this tall wall and surrounded the Emperor of Dozhan. 1,000 feet tall battle soul condensed behind the Emperor of Dozhan. It looked exactly like him and had a violent aura. It was roaring at the thousands of races with a torrential battle intent. Although the relief was still, Su Zimo and Monkey could almost see the experts of the thousands of races joining forces and launching a fierce attack against the Emperor of Dozhan. Below the relief, there were 4 words engraved. "Battle thousands of races." What a bold move. Throughout history, the Emperor of Dozhan was probably the only one who dared to say that he would battle thousands of races. The relief of the Emperor of Dozhan suddenly opened its eyes and looked at Su Zimo and Monkey. The two of them separated again and entered different spaces. Su Zimo faced the Emperor of Dozhan once again. Their cultivation realms were still the same. However, there was an additional 1,000 feet tall battle soul behind the Emperor of Dozhan. In this battle, Su Zimo could clearly sense that the Emperor of Dozhan's combat strength had increased even more. Previously, the Emperor of Dozhan's combat power had only increased by 2 times. Now, his combat power had increased by 4 times. Of course, an increase of 4 times was not much of a threat to Su Zimo. He released 3 heads and 6 arms and controlled the Qingping sword and many other spirit treasures and Dharma artifacts. With 1 or 2 divine powers, he easily defeated the Dozhan Emperor. Su Zimo exited the space once again. After 2 exchanges, Su Zimo had a rough understanding of the battle catalog. This forbidden secret manual could enhance a cultivator's physical body, blood force, and primordial spirit power. After condensing a 100 feet fighting soul, one's strength would increase by 2 times. When the fighting soul grew to 100 feet, it would enter the second stage, where it would be 4 times stronger. From the looks of it, there seemed to be nothing special about this secret manual. Su Zimo currently possessed a supreme sacred art that could increase his fighting strength, the octagonal divine power. After releasing it, his fighting strength could even increase by 8 times. Under normal circumstances, it would be enough to cultivate just one of these methods to increase one's combat strength. Even if 2 secret techniques were released at the same time, they could not be stacked together. Of course, Su Zimo knew that since it was a forbidden secret manual, it should not be so simple. Monkey had yet to escape from the space of the second relief sculpture. Su Zimo waited patiently at the side. He was not worried about Monkey's situation. According to his guess, the inheritance of the Dozhan Emperor was similar to a test. As long as Monkey could pass the Dozhan Emperor's test, he would be able to escape from that space. As expected, Monkey woke up 7 days later. He looked extremely exhausted and had expended a lot of energy. The 2 of them rested for a few days. After recovering, they headed for the third relief sculpture. There was only the back view of the Dozhan Emperor on the third relief sculpture. Compared to the previous 2 relief sculptures, the Dozhan Emperor looked stronger and bullier. Be it in terms of size or age, he had already reached his peak state. Beneath the Dozhan Emperor's feet was a boundless starry sky. Behind him was a battle soul that was 1,000 feet tall. It looked down on the world with an unruly expression. There were 4 words at the bottom of the third relief sculpture. Within the Dozhan universe. At this moment, the Dozhan Emperor turned around and glanced at the 2 of them. The 2 of them entered the strange space again. But this time, the Emperor of Dozhan that Su Zimo was up against had increased his combat strength by more than 8 times. Even he felt a trace of pressure. Su Zimo did not dare to be careless. He released the 8 Fangs divine power and increased his battle power by 8 times. Then, he fought with the Dozhan Emperor. The Dozhan Emperor was indeed very brave. Even when facing Su Zimo, who had mastered 9 supreme superpowers, he was still fearless and attacked fiercely. The 2 of them fought back and forth. Su Zimo used his 4-headed and 8-armed state to release 9 supreme superpowers and defeated the Dozhan Emperor. After leaving the space, Su Zimo fell into deep thought. The first level of the Dozhan catalog, Dozhan Soul, increased his battle power by 2 times. The second level, Dozhan Tribe, increased his battle power by 4 times. The third level, Dozhan Universe, increased his battle power by 8 times. If there was a 4th level, it was very likely that there would be a qualitative change and increase his battle power by 16 times. This time, the monkey stayed in that space for a long time, as long as 10 years. After all, facing the Dozhan Emperor whose battle power had increased by more than 8 times, not everyone wanted to be like Su Zimo and be able to pass through relatively easily. After the monkey had recuperated for a while, the 2 of them walked toward the 4th relief sculpture. On the 4th relief sculpture, the Dozhan Emperor had become extremely old. The hair on his body was also gray and white. Only his blood-red eyes were still bursting with a strong battle intent. Behind the Dozhan Emperor, the Dozhan battle soul had already reached 10,000 feet tall. On this stone wall, the Dozhan Emperor stood on a quietly flowing river, allowing the river to wash his body. The 4th relief sculpture, Dozhan Ancient and Modern. The 2 of them entered the strange space again. Just as Su Zimo expected, this time, the Dozhan Emperor's battle power had increased by more than 16 times. Even if he used all his trump cards, the 9 supreme abilities, and the 2 grotto heavens of the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven and the Daluo Sword Tomb, he still couldn't defeat the Dozhan Emperor. The Dozhan Emperor struck down with his staff and shattered his grotto heavens, dispersing them on the spot. The first battle between the two ended with Su Zimo's crushing defeat. Su Zimo recuperated and fought with the Dozhan Emperor again. The second battle was also a crushing defeat. Every time they fought, he was defeated again and again. Su Zimo was constantly beaten by the Dozhan Emperor in this space. He couldn't remember how many times he had been defeated. But as time passed, under the Dozhan Emperor's constant beating, the four relief sculptures flashed in his mind, and a trace of understanding gradually emerged in his heart. The so-called battle soul was formed with battle intent as the foundation and the power of the primordial spirit as the activation. The stronger the battle intent, the stronger the battle soul, and the greater the increase in a cultivator's battle power. Chapter 3008. The inheritance of the battle catalog was too unique. This taboo mystic tome didn't have any cultivation techniques or incantations. What was passed down from the reliefs was actually the Emperor of Battle's battle intent. That kind of fearless and indomitable spirit that battled the heavens and earth. All of the Tao techniques and Tao runes were contained in the repeated exchanges with the Emperor of Battle. Su Zimo didn't understand at first and didn't even dare to believe it. Both of them had the same cultivation realm and he had comprehended 9 supreme divine powers. How could he not defeat the Emperor of Battle? Even if the 4th level of the battle catalog, Battle of the Ancient and Modern, could increase the Emperor of Battle's battle strength by as much as 16 times, he should still be able to fight with a 100,000 feet battle soul. However, as his comprehension of the battle catalog grew deeper and deeper, he gradually realized the profoundness and difference within it. Simply put, the first 3 levels of the battle catalog were still within common sense and could be considered a superior cultivation technique. After all, Su Zimo had also comprehended a supreme divine power that could increase his battle strength by 8 times. The first 3 levels weren't at the level of a taboo mystic tome. But in the 4th level, Battle of the Ancient and Modern, the battle catalog underwent a complete transformation and made a qualitative leap. This transformation wasn't just an increase in battle strength. It was an increase in the level of the Tao technique. Su Zimo's octagonal divine power was only a supreme divine power after all. Due to the restriction of the level of the Tao technique, the octagonal divine power couldn't increase the power of the Grotto Heaven realm. It could only increase battle strength on the basis of the true self realm. In other words, once Su Zimo stepped into the Grotto Heaven realm, this supreme divine power's increase in battle strength would be negligible. But the 4th level of the battle catalog was different. This was an even higher level Tao technique. Even if Su Zimo stepped into the Grotto Heaven realm, he could still use the Tao techniques of the Ancient and Modern to increase his battle strength on the basis of the Grotto Heaven realm. And it was 16 times. It was precisely because of the suppression of the Tao technique that the Emperor of Battle could defeat Su Zimo time and time again. For example, although the Emperor of Battle looked like he was at the true self realm, he brought out a perfected Grotto Heaven to smash over. Su Zimo naturally couldn't block it. This was not a power that a true self-realm cultivator could control. The true Emperor of Dozhan couldn't control the Ancient and Modern battle at the true First Realm. The reason why such a scene could occur was entirely due to the fact that they were in this strange space. The Emperor of Dozhan's ultimate goal was not to defeat Su Zimo. Instead, he wanted to pass down Su Zimo's fighting spirit through constant battles. In this strange space, Su Zimo stayed the longest. Year after year, along with the passage of time, Su Zimo gradually came into contact with the profundities of ancient and modern battles, and he finally understood why the 4th level of the battle catalog was able to rise to another level in Tao arts and increase combat strength by 16 times. From the initial battle soul, to the battle myriad tribe, and then to the battle universe, the Battle Emperor's battle intent was constantly increasing. In the beginning, he had only condensed a war soul. Then, he had become the enemy of tens of thousands of races. Then, he had become the ruler of the world and looked down on the universe. And fighting from the past to the present was even more daring. The Emperor of Battle wanted to step on the river of time and go against the flow to battle the top experts that had emerged in this world in the past. The river flowing behind the Emperor of Battle was the river of time. During this process, the Emperor of Battle's body was constantly being washed away by the river of time, and his lifespan was constantly decreasing at a terrifying rate. 10,000 years in one breath. The lost lifespan would never be recovered. He had sacrificed his lifespan in exchange for such a powerful mystic technique. The essence, qi, and spirit of this mystic technique perfectly matched the Emperor of Battle's battle intent. Advancing courageously and never turning back. A Grotto Heaven King had a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. Excluding the period of cultivation before becoming a king and the declining years of combat strength, he could only maintain the ancient and modern battle state for a few 100,000 years. 10,000 years in one breath was just a few dozen breaths, and it would pass in the blink of an eye. But in these few dozen breaths, using the ancient and modern battle techniques, he could push his combat strength to the peak and sublimate to the extreme. Before he knew it, Su Zimo had already stayed in this strange space for 100 years. After 100 years of tempering, the Emperor of Battle had already passed down all the battle intent of the ancient and modern battle. The battle soul behind him was gradually fading and would disappear at any time. And the battle soul behind Su Zimo was becoming more and more solid. Finally, Su Zimo escaped from the space of the fourth relief sculpture. This time, the monkey was a few years earlier than him. The fourth relief sculpture collapsed and turned into dust. The two of them passed by the fourth relief sculpture and continued forward to see the fifth relief sculpture. The fifth relief sculpture depicted the Emperor of Battle in his declining years. His hair was white all over, and he held a long staff, pointing angrily at the universe and roaring loudly. At the bottom of the fifth relief sculpture, there were 4 words. Battle 9 Heavens. In the next instant, Su Zimo and the monkey entered the strange space again. And this time, the two of them escaped from that strange space in an instant. The fifth relief sculpture collapsed and turned into dust. The battle catalog had a total of 5 levels. The inheritance of this forbidden mystic technique had ended. Su Zimo and the monkey exchanged glances, both somewhat confused. They all encountered the same situation in their respective strange spaces. The old Emperor of Battle launched an attack against the two of them. A terrifying battle intent surged over like a tidal wave, drowning the two of them instantly. The next moment, the two of them woke up. Compared to the first 4 levels, the inheritance of the 5th level was incomparably short. Before the two of them could even react, it had already ended. What was the Tao technique of the 5th level? According to the development of the battle catalog, there would be an even more obvious increase in combat strength at the 5th level of the Battle 9 Heavens. But why was the inheritance so short and ended in an instant? The two of them conversed but did not gain anything. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and analyzed, perhaps our cultivation is insufficient and we can't understand the true essence of the Battle 9 Heavens. Monkey nodded and looked at the situation outside. He frowned and said, "Those monkeys haven't left yet. Those dogs are really patient." There was still no news from Wu Dao's true body. The two of them could not leave this place for the time being and could only continue searching. "Let's take a look over there." The monkey seemed to have sensed something and pointed in a direction. Before walking far, the monkey felt the bloodline in his body stir and become rather restless. A hint of blood flashed in his eyes. And Su Zimo also detected something amiss. The front was gloomy and the death chi was extremely thick. The two of them continued walking for a while more and stopped at the same time. More than a dozen tombs appeared in front of them. Ancient tombstones stood on them, writing the identities of the owners of these tombs. The owners of these tombs were all experts of the blood ape world back then. On the path to ascension to heaven, they followed the Emperor of Battle and fought to the last moment before finally falling and being buried here. Chapter 3009. The two of them stood solemnly in front of these tombs. In the end, there were only a dozen people left beside the Emperor of Dojan. One could imagine how tragic the battle back then was. In the middle of these tombs, there were 4 large pits soaked in blood. After a few eras, the blood had long become dark and lusterless. However, it had not dried up yet. Emperor blood. The monkey came to a large pit and pointed at the blood in it. The bloodline here is similar to mine. It should be the blood of the long-armed blood ape. Su Zimo nodded. Normally speaking, even the blood of an Emperor realm expert can't be preserved for several eras without being destroyed. The Emperor blood should also contain the legacy of the Tao techniques left behind by these emperors when they were alive. As long as the Tao techniques were not destroyed, the Emperor blood would be preserved. Different from the battle catalogue, this was an opportunity that belonged to the monkey. Only the sanguine ape race could accept the bloodline of the long-armed blood ape and inherit the Tao techniques within. Monkey looked at the other 3 pits and sniffed them. With a look of pity, he said, the bloodlines in these 3 pits are the spiritual stone monkey, the 6-eared macaque, and the redbone horse monkey. The emperors who died here probably thought that the descendants of the stone monkey, macaque, and horse monkey bloodlines would come here to inherit their Tao techniques and awaken their bloodlines. Unfortunately, Su Zimo came to the tombs and felt that something was amiss. These tombs gave him an unimaginable sense of oppression. The tombs of only a dozen emperors could not reach this level. This feeling of oppression was familiar. He had felt it in the Avicii hell, under the demon cave, and in the emperor's tomb. Those buried in these 3 places were all emperors from back then. Su Zimo looked at his feet and thought of a possibility. Below these tombs, there were probably not only more than a dozen emperors buried, but also the Emperor of Dojan of back then. The Emperor of Dojan's tomb was buried in his divine weapon back then. Su Zimo's heart jolted as if he had thought of something. A ball of brilliance blossomed from his eyes as he muttered, "Perhaps, there's no need to alarm Wu Dao's true body." The monkey jumped into the pool of blood. Half of its body was covered in blood, and the blood in its body was boiling. It roared at the sky, and the veins on its neck were exposed. It was enduring great pain. The bloodline of the long-arm blood ape in this blood pool was most likely left behind by the Emperor of Dojan. Even if several epochs had passed, the remaining power in the blood of a great emperor was not to be underestimated. If an outsider were to come into contact with the great emperor's blood, they would most likely be instantly killed by the power contained within. After all, the monkey had already awakened the bloodline of the long-armed blood ape. However, the degree of awakening was not great. Now that he had the help of the great emperor's blood, the power of the monkey's blood and chi surged. The power of the blood pool would do its best to help the monkey improve his bloodline as much as possible. Su Zimo also sat beside the tomb and began to cultivate in seclusion. The blood pool and the Tao arts within were indeed the monkey's fortuitous encounter. And this graveyard was very likely to help him take the most crucial step. At the same time, in the infernal court, Wu Dao's main body slowly woke up in front of the cold hell spring. He opened his eyes and let out a light breath. Over the years, the Yuanwu Grotto Heaven had absorbed and refined many Grotto Heaven fragments. He had long reached the edge of a breakthrough and was only one step away. Moreover, he had already refined the Hell Sutra of the 9 Springs and integrated it into Wu Dao's domain. However, he was still a little short of stepping into the Arch Realm and forming a world. Wu Dao's main body stood up and prepared to enter the cold hell spring and go against the flow to the Styx River. Firstly, the infernal court was incomplete, and the Tao arts were incomplete. If he cultivated here, it would be extremely difficult for the Yuan Wu Grotto Heaven and Wu Dao's domain to break through. Secondly, Wu Dao's main body wanted to borrow the power of the Styx River to cultivate. The 9 springs of hell already possessed incredible power. The source of the 9 springs, the Styx River that nurtured the river of life in the ghost world, must contain even more mysterious power. Wu Dao's main body stood up and jumped into the mouth of the cold hell spring. He controlled his body to sink. Back then, when he first entered the mouth of the bitter spring, he had just cultivated Wu Dao's domain. When he went against the flow, he encountered great resistance. He even had to activate his bloodline to resist. Now, Wu Dao's domain had cultivated the power of the world, and he had also become a quasi-emperor. In addition, he had already comprehended the Hell Sutra of the 9 springs and integrated it into his Dao body and domain. The power of the cold hell spring had no effect on him. The deeper he fell, the darker his surroundings became. In the deepest part of the cold hell spring, there was no light. Wu Dao's main body's eyes burned with 2 balls of purple flames. Only then could he see his surroundings clearly. When he reached the depths of the cold hell spring, Wu Dao's main body went against the flow of the water around him. After an unknown period of time, the scene before him suddenly opened up and light was restored. At the end of Wu Dao's main body's line of sight, there were 9 great rivers with waves. They were like galaxies that spanned across endless time and space, exuding completely different auras as they rolled over. One end of these 9 great rivers led to hell, forming the 9 springs of hell. And the other end was the most mysterious river Styx in the infernal court. The river Styx was dark and gloomy. It flowed quietly, but every drop of river water seemed to contain supreme power, enough to destroy the world. Back then, when Wu Dao's main body came here for the first time, he couldn't hold on for long in the river Styx. He couldn't even break through the water surface and could only retreat in the end. And now, Wu Dao's main body stepped into the river Styx once again. This time, Wu Dao's main body propped up Wu Dao's purgatory and activated his bloodline to resist the tremendous pressure brought by the river Styx. He continued to move upward. He wanted to break through the water surface and come above the river Styx to see what was going on. Below the river Styx, there seemed to be endless hands that kept tugging at his body, wanting to pull him down. However, things were different now. Although Wu Dao's main body was only a quasi-emperor, his combat strength could suppress peerless imperial emperors. The Wu Dao's purgatory that was surrounded by blazing flames continued to rise. In the river Styx, even the power of Wu Dao's purgatory was suppressed to the limit. Splash! After an unknown period of time, Wu Dao's main body finally broke through the water surface and arrived above the river Styx. Wu Dao's main body stood on the water and looked over. The surroundings were dark. He couldn't see anything, nor was there any aura of life. It was dead silent. Wu Dao's main body frowned slightly and continued to move against the direction of the river Styx. If the source of the 9 springs of hell was the river Styx, then, what was the source of the river Styx? As he continued to go deeper and further against the river Styx, the pressure from the front became greater and greater. Wu Dao's main body even felt a throbbing in his heart. Dai Yu had once said that there was a great terror at the end of the river Styx. As expected. At this moment, Wu Dao's main body suddenly felt a strange movement in Wu Dao's domain. Many thanks to Yi Luo Fengfei for the 30,000 book coins tip. I'm ashamed that I haven't been doing well recently. End of chapter. Chapter 30:10. In Wu Dao's purgatory, there were 6 types of supreme flames. Among them, the Netherworld Ghost Fire, Calamity Fire, Dragon Phoenix Flame, Hellfire, and Martial Soul Flame were all suppressed after coming to the Nether River. Only the Red Lotus Karmic Fire was not affected much. Moreover, just now, the Red Lotus Karmic Fire in Wu Dao's purgatory deviated again, as if it was attracted by something. More than 100 years ago, when Wu Dao's original body came to the infernal world and released the Red Lotus karmic fire, this happened. This mysterious attraction appeared again. Wu Dao's original body frowned slightly. The direction of this attraction was neither following the direction of the Nether River or going against the flow, but crossing the Nether River. Wu Dao's original body fell into deep thought and did not act rashly. The direction of crossing the Nether River made him even more uneasy. After a long while, Wu Dao's original body did not choose to cross the Nether River. Instead, he floated in the Nether River, no longer controlling his body. He used the heaven and earth furnace to refine the power in the Nether River while following the flow. Wu Dao's original body fell into a strange state. He was in seclusion in the Nether River, deducing and perfecting his Dao. The source of the 9 springs of hell was the Nether River. Wu Dao's original body was immersed in the Nether River, which could help him better understand the mystery of this forbidden secret manual and transform it into his own strength. Time flew. Wu Dao's original body had been floating in the Nether River for 100 years. In the past 100 years, he had only woken up 4 times. Every time he woke up, it was because his perception in the Nether River had changed. The first time he woke up, Wu Dao's original body was horizontal in the Nether River. Suddenly, he felt a powerful demonic battle intent, filled with monstrous hatred and violent anger. He had felt this aura from the Shura tribe before. At the same time, a branch of the Nether River flowed in that direction. The Shura realm? Wu Dao's original body thought of a possibility. Back then, he had a conjecture when he talked with Daiyu. It was very likely that the river Styx had 7 tributaries that led to the 6 realms and the underworld. This was because Daiyu had once gone against the flow of the waterfall in the beast realm, entered the Nether River, and then fell into the underworld. The source of the 9 springs of the infernal court was also the Nether River. The source of the river of life in the world of spirits and souls was also the river Styx. Now that he sensed a branch of the Nether River flowing in another direction, Wu Dao's original body immediately thought of the Shura realm. Wu Dao's true body continued to float in the Nether River, cultivating in seclusion. During his second awakening, Wu Dao's true self felt a dark, brutal, and violent aura at the horizontal side of the Nether River, which seemed familiar to him. All those years ago, he encountered a white pheasant in the starry sky, and then he fell into an ignorant world where black and white were inverted. All the living beings in the surroundings emitted this aura. Beast world. Just as he expected, the Nether River once again split into a tributary, surging towards the direction of the beast world. Wu Dao's main body continued to float downstream. During his third awakening, Wu Dao's main body felt a strong aura of death. Strangely, the aura of death this time originated from the sky above the Nether River. The Nether River did indeed split into a tributary, but it flew into the sky and surged towards the sky. It was the real river flowing backwards. Such a strange scene could probably only be seen in the Nether River. Wu Dao's main body looked up. If he guessed correctly, the place above the Nether River where this tributary was surging towards was most likely the underworld. The underworld shrouded above the Nether River? The existence of the underworld was different from the 6 paths, and it was indeed a little special. Wu Dao's main body went into seclusion again, drifting in the Nether River. During his 4th awakening, he felt a ghastly ghostly aura in the horizontal direction of the Nether River. The Ghost Realm. The direction of the Nether River's tributary, which eventually flowed into the Ghost Realm, should be the river of life in the Ghost Realm that gave birth to countless ghosts. In the blink of an eye, 100 years passed, and Wu Dao's main body woke up again. This time, he broke through the surface of the Nether River and looked in the direction of the Nether River's tributary. He frowned, and his eyes flashed with deep confusion. He had returned to the starting point. The Nether River once again split into a tributary, and the place where this tributary flowed was the Hell Realm. How could this be? During the entire process, he did not control the direction. He just followed the flow of the Nether River and went downstream. After spending 100 years, he finally circled around and returned to the original Hell Realm. The Nether River had no source. Since it was the 6 paths, why was there no human path and heavenly path? This was very different from his initial conjecture. If the Nether River was a flowing river, without a source, it should be in a static state, not in a flowing state. Where did the force that pushed the Nether River to flow come from? Since it was a water without a source, how did the Nether River form? What was in the center surrounded by the Nether River? Wu Dao's main body thought that if he went downstream, he might be able to see through the many secrets of the Nether River and solve some of the doubts in his heart. But he did not expect that after 100 years, everything about the Nether River was still unknown. He had more and more doubts. Fortunately, in the past 100 years, his cultivation had improved and he had gained a lot. He was only half a step away from the Emperor realm and could break through at any time. Wu Dao's main body stretched out his finger and ignited a ball of red lotus hellfire. As soon as the red lotus hellfire appeared, it seemed to be guided by a force and pointed to the center of the Nether River. Wu Dao's main body pondered for a long time and summoned the prison-suppressing cauldron, which floated above his head. The sound of Sanskrit echoed in the cauldron, and Buddhist light shone. Thousands of golden light overflowed from the cauldron like a waterfall and formed a barrier around Wu Dao's main body. At the same time, Wu Dao's main body held the soul lamp in his left hand and the netherworld treasure mirror in his right hand. After he was ready, he began to cross the Nether River and walked towards the depths of the Nether River. That direction was only the direction of the red lotus hellfire. Wu Dao's main body did not walk fast. He walked carefully as if he was walking on thin ice. As he walked further and further into the Nether River, the uneasiness in his heart grew. In fact, he even felt a sense of trepidation. As he continued to go deeper, the netherworld treasure mirror in his right hand began to stir and emitted a dangerous aura. Wu Dao's main body shuddered. In fact, there was a mysterious and evil weapon spirit hidden in the netherworld treasure mirror. Back in the cold spring hall, the weapon spirit wanted to devour all of his essence blood. However, he suppressed the weapon spirit with the help of the soul lamp and did not do anything after that. However, Su Zimo knew that the weapon spirit was not dead. It was just hiding. He would not use the netherworld treasure mirror unless he had no other choice because of this. Unexpectedly, as he crossed the Nether River and got closer to the center of the Nether River, the weapon spirit in the netherworld treasure mirror began to become restless. Wu Dao's main body did not dare to continue forward. On one hand, the pressure from the depths of the Nether River was too great. That terrifying feeling shrouded his heart. On the other hand, the weapon spirit in the netherworld treasure mirror could seize the opportunity to break free from his control and cause unforeseen events. At this moment, Wu Dao's main body vaguely saw a flash of fire. Chapter 30:11. Wu Dao's original body wasn't sure if it was fire. As he went deeper and deeper into the netherworld river, the 6 flames in Wu Dao's domain were obviously suppressed, and the intensity of the fire was getting smaller and smaller. However, there was such a strong fire on the surface of the river in front of him. It wasn't suppressed at all, and it even lit up the surrounding river red. 2 balls of purple flames rose in the eyes of Wu Dao's original body. He stared at the ball of fire, wanting to see it clearly. There seemed to be something in the center of the ball of fire. However, he was too far away, and the ball of fire was too bright, so he couldn't see it clearly. Wu Dao's original body was about to give up when he saw a dilapidated ancient boat beside the raging fire. The ancient boat looked very simple. It was completely black, without any sails or windows. 2 black oars hung on both sides of the boat, and it floated on the river at the end of the sky. It wasn't strange for an ancient boat to appear on the river. However, Wu Dao's original body was standing on the Netherworld River. The appearance of this dilapidated ancient boat was a little strange. Moreover, the dilapidated ancient boat was very close to the ball of fire, but it didn't show any signs of burning. It floated on the river like a ghost, motionless. No. Wu Dao's original body suddenly frowned. If the ball of fire and the dilapidated ancient boat were on the Netherworld River, why didn't they flow down? Why were they floating there? Suddenly, a chilly wind blew from the depths of the Netherworld River, and the surface of the river sparkled. The 6 flames in Wu Dao's domain were extinguished instantly. The purple flames in the eyes of Wu Dao's original body were extinguished at the same time. A sharp pain came from his eyes, and he closed them subconsciously. At the same time, an unprecedented fear rose in his heart, making him shudder and his scalp tingle. This feeling of dread almost made him flee in defeat. Not only that. The purple flames in Wu Dao's original body's sea of consciousness were flickering in the chilly wind, and they were about to be extinguished at any time. His martial soul was this ball of purple flames. Once this martial spirit flame was extinguished, it meant that his primordial spirit was extinguished, and his body and Dao would vanish. No matter what kind of battle prowess one possessed, no matter how powerful one's Dao was, it would all vanish into thin air. The prison-suppressing cauldron trembled incessantly as it let out a low, mournful cry, conveying a sense of fear to Wu Dao's true body. Even the sorrowful cries of the hell-suppressing cauldron were suppressed, not daring to be too loud. The Sanskrit chanting in the cauldron had already been interrupted. The pervasive waterfall of golden light had long since been shattered. Wu Dao's main body closed his eyes and used the Netherworld treasure mirror and soul lamp to block his body as he retreated explosively. After retreating for an unknown distance, Wu Dao's true body only stopped when the feeling of fear gradually subsided and the martial spirit flame in his sea of consciousness recovered. Wu Dao's true body took off the Mo Luo mask, revealing a pale face covered in sweat. He gasped for breath and slowly opened his eyes. Even though he had escaped from danger, he still felt a lingering fear when he recalled the scene just now. What was that chilly wind? Where did it come from? Wu Dao's true body recalled the situation back then. That chilly wind was not strong and was just like a gentle breeze. However, right after, a series of terrifying changes occurred to his body. Wu Dao's true body lowered his head to take a look. Although he had used the soul lamp to block his body earlier, the golden flame in the soul lamp had long been extinguished. The soul lamp must have been extinguished and the chilly wind blew over. Wu Dao's true body gradually calmed down and temporarily gave up on the idea of continuing to investigate the underworld river. The crisis of the great wilderness had yet to be resolved. If something happened to him here, Dai Yu would not be able to withstand Emperor Qing Yan's next attack without help. Wu Dao's true body put away the prison-suppressing cauldron, Netherworld treasure mirror and soul lamp. Just as he was about to put on the Mo Luo mask, his heart skipped a beat. The Mo Luo mask was originally an emperor weapon. However, Wu Dao's true body released the heavenly wolf artifact spirit within and granted it rebirth. As a result, the emperor weapon's power was greatly reduced. With his current battle prowess, the mask of Mara was of little use to him, and he could do without it. More importantly, it could be used to hide his appearance. If there was a weakness in Wu Dao's true body, it would be the essence spirit in his sea of consciousness, which was the purple flame martial soul. It was indeed relatively weak. This relatively weak did not mean compared to those of the same level. If he encountered someone whose cultivation level was far above him, such as a peak emperor, it might cause some damage to his martial soul. Wu Dao's true body pondered for a while and prepared to reforge the Mo Luo mask. Whoosh! Wu Dao's true body released 6 streaks of flames and threw the Mo Luo mask over to burn it. Several days passed. Although the Mo Luo mask was burning red and almost transparent, it still showed no signs of melting. The Mo Luo mask was indeed extraordinary. Back then, Emperor Bo Sun had gathered countless natural treasures, rare ores, and fused with the flesh and blood of the 7 emotions avatars to create such a mask. With Wu Dao's true body's current combat strength, even a peerless emperor weapon would not be able to withstand his 6 streaks of flames. The Mo Luo mask had not melted even though it had lost its artifact spirit. If this continued, he would not make any progress. Instead, it would affect his cultivation. Wu Dao's true body was about to give up when an idea flashed through his mind. He took out his soul lamp and lit it up. With that, another streak of golden flames appeared under the Mo Luo mask. Not long after, the Mo Luo mask began to melt. Wu Dao's true body was overjoyed and began to reforge the mask. He did not plan to change the Dao art contained in the mask too much. He only wanted to merge it with his spiritual consciousness so that it could transform into an artifact spirit in the future. To him, the most important step in reforging the Mo Luo mask was not the melting process, but the final quenching process. 49 days later, the Mo Luo mask was completed and ready to be quenched. Normal quenching required one to place the divine weapon in spring water and cool it down quickly to take shape. The higher the grade of the spring water, the greater the improvement it would bring to the divine weapon. And ever since Wu Dao's true body started cultivating, the most powerful and mysterious water source he had ever seen was the Nether River beneath his feet. Wu Dao's true body dipped the Mo Luo mask, which was burning bright red, into the Nether River. Asterisk splash. Asterisk bubbles rose from the surface of the water and a puff of green smoke appeared. The Nether River quickly calmed down. Wu Dao's true body picked up the reforged Mo Luo mask and observed it carefully. The Mo Luo mask's appearance did not change much. However, with a single thought from Wu Dao's true body, the Mo Luo mask suddenly turned into a dark and deep river with ripples. The Mo Luo mask had once again transformed into an emperor artifact. Furthermore, the mysterious power of the Nether River had been fused into it, making it even more powerful than the original Mo Luo mask. Wu Dao's true body put the Mo Luo mask back on his face. With this mask, the weakness of his martial soul would no longer exist. Wu Dao's true body took a deep breath and put away his soul lamp, preparing to continue his seclusion. But soon, he took out the soul lamp again. Looking at the golden flames burning on it, a ball of light suddenly burst forth from his eyes. Perhaps, he could fuse this golden flame into his body. That way, he would be able to control the 7th flame. Wu Dao's purgatory and heaven and earth furnace would both undergo transformations, greatly increasing his cultivation speed. He might even have a chance to break through and step into the Emperor realm. Chapter 30:12. The crow flies and the rabbit flies away. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 280 years had passed since the Battle of the Grand Wilderness. The Celestial Tribute World. At the entrance of the Secret Realm Hall, 6 realm lords who were in charge of the Heaven Reverence domain stood solemnly. These 6 were all peak Imperial Emperors. There were more than 100 Imperial Emperors standing in the square outside the hall. Among them, there were nearly 20 peak Imperial Emperors. Any one of them could attract the attention of countless realms if they stomped their feet in the upper world. But now, whether it was the 6 realm lords at the entrance of the hall or the more than 100 Imperial Emperors standing in the square with the celestial tribute token tied to their waists, they all had solemn expressions and stood respectfully as if they were waiting for something. Even the Grotto Heaven Kings weren't qualified to stand here. Not long after, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the east of the celestial tribute world. A man in a dark green robe walked out with his hands behind his back. He had a head of green hair and a sharp face. His eyes were like torches as he looked down at everything in the celestial tribute world. This was Emperor Qing Yan. Seeing Emperor Qing Yan descend, the 6 celestial tribute world lords at the entrance of the hall hurriedly knelt down and shouted, "Greetings, Lord Qing Yen." Immediately after, the more than 100 imperial emperors in the square also knelt on the ground and greeted him respectfully. Emperor Qing Yan's expression was indifferent as he nodded slightly. Behind him, another 7 peak imperial emperors appeared. 6 of them were the 6-7 constellation demon emperors that had appeared in the Grand Wilderness back then. The original constellation Horn Demon Emperor was killed by Wu Dao's original body. This 7th peak imperial emperor seemed to be the newly found constellation Horn Demon Emperor. He still had the Flood Dragon bloodline. Whoosh! A white light suddenly flashed in the western sky of the celestial tribute world as if a sharp weapon had torn a huge hole in the sky. In the next moment, a young man appeared. His eyes were long and narrow, and there was a trace of coldness between his brows. The white-robed man wore a white robe and had a token tied to his waist with the word "How" written on it. The moment this person appeared, the temperature in the celestial tribute world dropped. All the imperial emperors below felt a chill run down their spine. "Greetings, Lord Baiyu." The 6 realm lords of the celestial worship world and the group of imperial emperors below had just stood up. At this moment, they knelt down again with respectful expressions. Lord Baiyu was in charge of killing. Although they were imperial monarchs, they were no different from ants in the eyes of Lord Baiyu. 7 imperial emperors appeared behind Imperial Emperor Baiyu. Although they were of different races, they were all peak imperial emperors. The 6 heaven reverence world realm lords were speechless. Although they knew that people from the heavenly court had come, they didn't know that there would be such a lineup. Not only Emperor Qing Yan and Emperor Baiyu, but even their subordinates, the 7 mansions of the east and 7 mansions of the west, had come. At this moment, a crack appeared in the northern part of the sky, and the sound of waves could be heard from within. In the next moment, a black-robed man walked over on the waves. He had bronze skin, a steady expression, and the command token tied to his waist had the word "Xian" written on it. "He's here too." The hearts of the 6 celestial reverence world realm lords shuddered, but they didn't get up. They maintained their kneeling posture and shouted loudly, "Greetings, Lord Xian Can." 7 peak imperial emperors appeared behind the black-robed man. The 7 mansions of the north. The 6 celestial reverence world realm lords looked at each other and were secretly shocked. It wasn't rare for people from the heavenly court to come. However, it was rare to see such a large lineup. It was probably only seen during the great calamities of the ancient era. Moreover, since all 3 of them had come, the one in the south would probably come as well. Could it be because of what happened in the Rakshasa Sind land? Just as the 6 of them were thinking, a red light appeared in the southern sky. A huge hole seemed to have been burned in the sky, and a young girl in a red dress walked out. This young girl was young, but she was already a peak imperial emperor. The command token tied to her waist had the word "Yen" written on it. "Greetings, Lord Yen Luo." The 6 celestial reverence world realm lords knelt on the ground. Soon, 7 imperial emperors appeared behind the young girl in the red dress. The 7 mansions of the south. However, among these 7, 6 were peak imperial emperors, and 1 was only an ordinary imperial emperor. Their auras were clearly much weaker. "Sister Yen Luo is here too." When Imperial Emperor Baiyu saw the young girl in the red dress, the coldness in his eyes melted. He smiled and greeted her. Imperial Emperor Yen Luo's expression was cold as she ignored him. "I, Qing Yen, thank you for coming to help me this time around." Emperor Azure Flame looked at Emperor Baiyu, Emperor Xian Can, Emperor Yen Luo, and the other experts and cupped his fists in thanks. "It's nothing." Imperial Emperor Baiyu waved his hand and said, "I heard that the horned beast emperor under you was killed. I'm also curious to see what kind of ant is so arrogant." Imperial Emperor Qing Yen looked at the 7 southern constellations behind Imperial Emperor Yen Luo and asked with a frown, where's the original Horned Beast Emperor? The Horned Beast Emperor was one of the 7 southern constellations of the Earth Dragon race. The original Horned Beast Emperor was a peak Imperial Emperor, but the one in front of him was an ordinary Imperial Emperor. Imperial Emperor Yen Luo said, the youngest son of the Horned Beast Emperor ran to the Rakshasa Sind land in the celestial reverence world and died there. Moreover, the Rakshasa Sind land shattered and countless Rakshasa Sind spirits disappeared. The Horned Beast Emperor sensed the death of his son and chased after him. In the end, he also died and his corpse was nowhere to be found. Imperial Emperor Yen Luo looked at the celestial reverence world's Imperial Emperors and asked coldly, "It's been so long and there's still no news?" What one feared would happen. The 6 celestial reverence world's Imperial Emperors trembled. One of the Imperial Emperors quickly said, "We've put out a bounty over the past few years. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a place for them in the 3,000 worlds, but these Rakshasa Sind spirits seem to have disappeared into thin air. Lord Yen Luo, please punish them." Imperial Emperor Yen Luo asked coldly, "Who killed the Horned Beast Emperor? Any clues?" "No, no." A celestial reverence world's Imperial Emperor said with a trembling voice. Imperial Emperor Qing Yen frowned, "Yen Luo, this new Horned Beast Emperor is much weaker. I'm afraid he'll affect the power of the 4-direction constellation formation." The 4-direction constellation formation was formed by the 28 Horned Beast Emperors behind them using their bloodlines. It was extremely powerful. Imperial Emperor Yen Luo said, "There's only one Earth Dragon Emperor left on my side. I can only let him replace the Horned Beast Emperor for now." Imperial Emperor Baiyu also said, "He's just an earthworm. He doesn't have claws or strong bones. It's already good enough to find an ordinary earthworm emperor. Don't ask for too much." The so-called Earth Dragon, despite its name, was actually a species of earthworms. The Earth Dragons had weak bodies and bloodlines. It wasn't easy for them to reach the Emperor realm. Imperial Emperor Xian Can asked, "How many people are there? Is there a need to use the 4-direction constellation formation?" End of chapter. Chapter 30:13. There aren't many of them. Emperor Azure Flame said, "There's only one that I'm interested in." After pondering for a while, a figure wearing a silver mask and purple robes flashed in the Azure Flame Sovereign Emperor's mind. He said, "At most, there are 2. What race are they?" Emperor Xianchen asked, "The evil demon race?" At the mention of the evil demon race, Emperor Baiyu and the others shuddered. They couldn't be careless if they were evil spirits or demons. They have nothing to do with the evil demon race. Emperor Azure Flame shook his head. One of them is from the butterfly race and the other is from the human race. Ha! Imperial Lord Baiyu scoffed and said, 2 ants, what's there to be afraid of? Is there a need for the 4 directions constellation grand array? With the 4 of us working together, who below the Emperor can stop us? Emperor Azure Flame thought for a moment and nodded. That's true. With the 3 of you helping me, there's no suspense in this battle. It's just that I lost too badly last time and was unwilling to accept it. Just in case, I invited all of you here. Yen Luo seemed to be getting impatient. When are we leaving? After this matter is settled, I'll go back and prepare to ascend to the greater 1,000 realms. It's about time. There's no point in staying in this world. Emperor Xianchen nodded as well. Emperor Azure Flame and the others didn't bother to hide their voices. When the Celestial Realm Imperial Emperors heard this, they revealed looks of envy and yearning. The legendary greater 1,000 realms. A chance to live forever. One of the Celestial Realm Lords said, "May I know where you're planning to go?" The Celestial Realm Lords are willing to be the vanguard. We're at your disposal. This was a rare opportunity to perform. The celestial realm emperors all agreed. You? Emperor Azure Flame frowned. In all fairness, with the help of Emperor Baiyu and the others, it didn't matter if the celestial realm lords joined or not. Another celestial realm lord said, with the help of all of you, the celestial realm lords can use this battle to establish our might and intimidate all races. That's good too. Let's just bring a few people with us. We'll set off once we have 100 people. Emperor Qing Yen waved his hand casually. He looked at the 6 world lords of Celestial World and said, you still need to stay here and monitor the 3,000 worlds. You don't need to come. Yes. The 6 realm lords of the Celestial World could only agree. Then, they chose 68 imperial emperors and followed behind Emperor Qing Yen and the others, preparing to move. Are you all heading to the Heaven Realm? One of the Celestial Realm's imperial emperors said as if he was asking for credit, we've discovered that there might be signs of the evil demon's revival in the Celestial Realm. 3 experts who have been dead for many years have come back to life. This subordinate guesses that this might be the work of the Demon Lord. Demon Master. At the mention of the Demon Lord's name, Emperor Azure Flame and the others' expressions changed slightly. Wariness flashed in their eyes. I'm not going to Heaven Realm. Emperor Qing Yen said in a deep voice, everyone, follow me to the great wilderness. With that, Emperor Qing Yen waved his hand and tore open the space in front of him. A spatial tunnel appeared, and he led the way. Emperor Baiyu, Emperor Xiancan, Emperor Yen Luo, and the 28 constellation emperors followed closely behind, disappearing from the celestial world in the blink of an eye. The 6 realm lords of the celestial world looked in the direction where Emperor Qing Yen and the others disappeared. Their eyes flashed with coldness and excitement. This time, the celestial world was going to attack the great wilderness again. It would definitely shake the 3,000 worlds and shock all races, Sword World, 10,000 Sword Palace. The old man with the iron crown and the fat and skinny old man were drinking tea and chatting. The fat old man suddenly sighed and said, it's been more than 200 years since Su Zimo went to the Blood Ape world. The skinny old man said, I heard that there's trouble over there. This brat even killed people from the celestial world and escaped from the Blood Ape world. There's no news about him, and no one knows if he's dead or alive. At the mention of Su Zimo, the old man with the iron crown's eyes flashed with worry. When he heard that Su Zimo was in danger in the Blood Ape world, he immediately went to search for Su Zimo's whereabouts. However, he didn't find anything after dozens of years. Helpless, he returned to the Sword World. Let's hope he's safe. The old man with the iron crown sighed. Suddenly, the old man with the iron crown's expression changed as if he sensed something. He suddenly stood up from the cushion and looked into the distance. His gaze seemed to be able to see through the endless void. Not long after, the fat and thin old men also stood up and looked into the distance with bewildered expressions. What's going on? Such a powerful aura, there's probably more than 100 emperors, right? Such a huge commotion. Let's go take a look. Elder Tai Guan and the other 2 immediately left the Sword World and entered the spatial tunnel. It's the Celestial World. Not only that, there should be many heavenly court experts. Looking at this direction, it seems to be the Great Wilderness. The 3 old men didn't dare to get too close and only looked from afar. The fat old man had a complicated expression as he sighed. I didn't expect that Empress Shui Dai of the Great Wilderness would cause such a huge problem after surviving alone for so many years. More than 100 emperors, that's enough to sweep through any super world in the 3,000 worlds. Now, they're mobilizing so many people just to deal with a woman from the butterfly race. Sigh. I heard that this Empress Shui Dai had an Araki Takashi by her side a few years ago. What can an Araki Takashi do? Forget it, we can't interfere in this matter. The old man with the iron crown and the others shook their heads and sighed. The Blood Ape World. An old ape that was in seclusion deep in the mountains seemed to have sensed something and suddenly stood up. A trace of blood-red light appeared in his turbid eyes as he looked into the distance. What a huge commotion, the old ape murmured as he tore open the void and prepared to enter it and leave the Blood Ape World. Realm Lord. Another emperors not far from him hurriedly said, "Those two monkey emperors are watching us. We can't leave the Blood Ape World as we wish. They just left not long ago." After the old ape finished speaking, he entered the void and disappeared. After an unknown amount of time, the old ape emerged from the starry sky and looked at the terrifying aura in the distant horizon in deep thought. The old ape murmured, "No wonder those two monkeys suddenly left. They were summoned back by the celestial worship world. That's the direction to the great wilderness world." The old ape shook his head slightly as anger flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, such a huge commotion just to deal with that Shuedai, really, but soon, the old ape's clenched fists loosened and his battle intent dissipated. The Blood Ape World had internal and external problems that he couldn't deal with, let alone other worlds. The Heaven World. The World Annihilation Demon Emperor of the Demon Region, 6 Brahma Heaven Lord of the Pure Land of Bliss, and Immortal Emperor Chenmu of the 9 Firmament Immortal Region all woke up from their seclusion at the same time. Looking into the distance, the corners of the 3 experts' mouths curled up at the same time. Their expressions were exactly the same. End of chapter. Chapter 30:14. The 100 Imperial Emperors didn't hide their auras at all. When they gathered together, the energy waves they emitted were extremely shocking. Almost at the same time, the peak Imperial Emperors of the various super-domains sensed something. This momentum, the last time the Celestial Tribute Domain started a massacre was in the Blood Ape Domain. This time, the Great Wilderness Domain is finished. I'm afraid it's not just the Celestial Tribute Domain. The mysterious force behind it has also appeared. Poor Blood Butterfly Demon Empress. She's one of the strongest peak Imperial Emperors in the world and even has a chance to become a great emperor. I didn't expect her to be targeted by the Celestial Tribute Domain. 100 Imperial Emperors. Sigh, she's doomed. So, don't offend the Celestial Tribute Domain. Since ancient times, those who went against the Celestial Tribute Domain ended up in a miserable state. Many ancient great emperors didn't have good endings. When the Blood Butterfly Demon Empress cultivation was at its peak, she dominated the 3,000 domains and defeated many experts from thousands of races. How powerful was she back then? Even some peak Imperial Emperors among the dragons and Protoss didn't want to fight her head-on. What about now? The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. How big of a storm can a small butterfly cause? The Great Wilderness Domain. Eastern Wilderness, Butterfly Valley. Dayu sat casually on a stone in the valley while the Divine Elephant Demon Empress, Nine-Tailed Demon Empress, Bizade Demon Empress, Sky-Bearing Demon Empress, and Black Snake Demon Empress stood below. The 5 Imperial Emperors weren't strong enough to sense danger, but something big must have happened since Dayu suddenly summoned them. They're here. Dayu suddenly said. Who? Tsang? The 5 Imperial Emperors quickly asked. Dayu nodded and said, not just Tsang. There are others and people from the Celestial Tribute Domain. How many Imperial Emperors are here? The Divine Elephant Demon Empress asked. 100. Dayu said lightly. 100. Imperial Emperors? The Divine Elephant Demon Empress and the others were shocked, and their expressions changed. Before Imperial Emperor Qing Yen left, he had said that he would kill all living beings in the Eastern Wilderness, but they didn't expect Tsang's foundation was so terrifying that 100 Imperial Emperors would appear. Imperial Emperor Qing Yen returned this time was faster than Dayu's imagination. She had estimated that Emperor Azure Flame would need hundreds of years to recover from his injuries. Who would have thought that in just 280 years, they would make a comeback? 100 Imperial Emperors? How are we supposed to fight them? The Divine Elephant Demon Emperor had always been calm, but when he heard the news, his face turned pale. He was at his wits' end. Leave. Leave the great wilderness. Dai Yu said. Emperor Qing Tian and Emperor Bai Zhe remained silent. When they heard this news, they didn't have any thoughts of resisting. It wasn't that they were cowards. It was just that the gap between them was too big. Back then, the Black Snake Demon Monarch was so scared by Wu Dao's true body that he stayed in the East Baron. Now, he had no desire to continue fighting and wanted to escape as soon as possible. I'll stay. After a short silence, the Divine Elephant Demon Emperor pursed his lips and said, After all, I have been with you for so many years. I will accompany you on this last journey. I'm not leaving either. Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor said without hesitation. She had different feelings for Dai Yu. Even if she had to die, she would die by Dai Yu's side. Then, Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor seemed to have thought of something. She looked around and frowned. Where's that Araki Takashi? He didn't come. Dai Yu was silent. Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor immediately reacted and sneered. He ran away alone, right? I knew it. Men are unreliable. What a coward. Dai Yu said, he just left because he had something to do. Humph. Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor complained. Sister, you're still protecting him at this time. Dai Yu was unwilling to explain further on this matter. She said, Listen to me. Among the 100 Imperial Emperors, there are more than 30 peak Imperial Emperors. Even if all of you stay here, it will be useless. Hiss. Demon Emperor Bai Zhe and the others gasped. What did 30 peak Imperial Emperors mean? If there were more than 10 ordinary Imperial Emperors, it could be called a super realm. In a super great world, having a few peak Imperial Emperors was already considered a powerful world. And this time, Emperor Qing Yan had more than 30 peak Imperial Emperors following him. Dai Yu continued, Gather all the living beings in the Eastern Barren territory together. Drive your own boats and try your best to bring them away. The further, the better. Sister, you come with us. Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor hurriedly said. Dai Yu smiled and shook her head. If she stayed in Eastern Baron and fought with Emperor Qing Yan and the others, Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor and the others would still have a chance to escape. If she left, no one would be able to escape. Go. Dai Yu waved her hand and looked at Divine Elephant Demon Emperor, Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor, and the others. You're responsible for the lives of billions of Eastern Baron creatures. Try your best to survive. Black Snake Demon Emperor nodded and left first. Emperor Bai Zhe and Emperor Qing Tian bowed to Dai Yu and left. Divine Elephant Demon Emperor and Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor were the last to leave. Sister. Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor's eyes reddened. She went forward and held Dai Yu's hands. I'll come to accompany you after I settle the Eastern Baron creatures. Okay. Dai Yu nodded. By the time Nine-Tailed Demon Emperor settled the billions of Eastern Baron creatures, she would already be dead. Not long after. 5 huge immortal boats broke through the void and entered the space tunnel, quietly leaving Great Barren World. Dai Yu looked at this scene with mixed feelings. She had guarded Eastern Barren World for so many years. She did not expect to come to this. At this moment, the Eastern Wilderness had become empty. Most of the creatures had moved. Dai Yu stood in the air, ready to fight the last battle of her life. Unfortunately, he was not by her side. But Dai Yu was relieved. Fortunately, he was not by her side. Of course, she felt regretful. The time they spent together was too short. Moreover, most of the time, they were either fighting or cultivating in seclusion. But Dai Yu thought that being able to reunite with him in the upper world was the biggest surprise of her life. After some time, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky above Great Barren World. An unimaginably terrifying aura shrouded Great Barren World. At this moment, all the creatures in Great Barren World were silent and trembling. They looked up at the sky in horror and did not dare to move. In the Great Wasteland domain, there was complete silence. Only one figure stood proudly between heaven and earth. He was wearing a blood-red robe and had an indifferent expression. There was an aura of disdain between his brows. Rumble. Thunder rumbled from afar. It was deafening. A huge crack appeared in the sky, almost tearing Great Barren World in half. Hundreds of figures could be vaguely seen inside, exuding a terrifying aura. These hundreds of figures descended on Great Barren World. The entire continent was still trembling, as if it could not withstand the pressure. Cracks appeared. Strong winds howled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Only that blood-red figure stood tall between heaven and earth. It was dazzling. Chapter 30:15. 100 imperial emperors had descended upon the great wilderness. There were 4 people in the lead, and one of them was Imperial Emperor Qing Yan. Dai Yu raised her head slightly and looked at the 100 imperial emperors. There was no fear in her eyes, and her expression was calm. Apart from Imperial Emperor Qing Yan and the 7 constellations sovereign behind him, she didn't recognize any of the other imperial emperors. Among the imperial emperors, the strongest were the 4 standing at the very front. Apart from Imperial Emperor Qing Yan, there were 3 people standing beside him. A white-robed man, a black-robed man, and a red-dressed girl. The tokens hanging on their waists were different from Imperial Emperor Qing Yan's. While Dai Yu was observing them, the imperial emperors were also observing Dai Yu. Imperial Emperor Bai Yu, Imperial Emperor Xian Kan, and the other heavenly court experts were curious as to what kind of person could cause so much trouble for Imperial Emperor Qing Yan. As expected, she's just a little butterfly. Imperial Emperor Bai Yu smiled disdainfully. Imperial Emperor Qing Yan said, "Don't underestimate her just because she's from the butterfly race. Brother Bai Yu might not be able to win against her alone." Oh. Imperial Emperor Bai Yu didn't think much of it. "I'll give it a try later." Imperial Emperor Qing Yan looked at Dai Yu and said, "I said that when I return to the great wilderness, I'll show you my true strength. Shui Dai, I'll give you one more chance. Submit to me now." Dai Yu smiled. Her smile was filled with mockery and ridicule. She didn't even bother to retort. Imperial Emperor Qing Yan's face darkened. "Shui Dai, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well in the great wilderness. Only by following me will you have a chance to ascend to the great 1,000 worlds. My patience is limited." "This is your last chance," Dai Yu said. "If there's a great 1,000 worlds, I'll ascend myself. I don't need anyone to give me a chance." Ha ha ha. Everyone from the heavenly court laughed when they heard that. Emperor Yen Luo curled his lips and said, "How ignorant. You are just ants that have been imprisoned here. So what if you are peak imperial emperors? Since ancient times, without the heavenly court's permission, even the great emperors could only be trapped here." This shocking secret was revealed by Yen Luo just like that. Dai Yu raised her brows slightly and said, "One needs the permission of the heavenly court to ascend to the greater world? Not bad." Emperor Blue Flame said proudly, "What is the boundless grace of the heavens?" "This is it." "Heavenly grace," Dai Yu murmured. She paused for a moment and smiled, "I don't care." The emperors of the celestial tribute world looked at Dai Yu with envy and jealousy. Someone disdained to care about the heavenly grace that they sought but could not obtain. Dai Yu naturally wanted to ascend to the greater world. However, if she had to accept the so-called gift of the heavenly court in order to ascend to the greater world, she would choose another path. Flatten the heavenly court. Qing Yan, this woman's bloodline is weak and she doesn't know what's good for her. Aren't you afraid of losing face by bringing her along? Emperor Bai Yu mocked. Emperor Blue Flame's face darkened. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Dai Yu had rejected his reward. He could not maintain his composure and murderous intent rose in his heart. Brother Bai Yu is right. Emperor Blue Flame took a deep breath, and his expression returned to normal. He smiled and said, "She's just an ant from a middle world. She doesn't know much. So what if I kill her? Not only do I want to kill her, but I also want to slaughter all the living beings in the eastern wilderness to accompany the fallen Horn Mansion." Emperor Xianchen suddenly said, "There aren't many living beings left in the eastern wilderness. Most of them should have escaped. Can they escape?" Emperor Bai Yu sneered and waved behind him. "Lu Su, go and smell where the living beings of the eastern wilderness have escaped to." Yes. Lu Su Demon Emperor, one of the 7 mansions of the West. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Su Demon Emperor transformed into his true form. It was a 3-headed howling celestial dog that was 30 meters tall. He sniffed the air frantically. Soon, Lu Su Demon Emperor found the direction that the Divine Elephant Demon Emperor and the others had escaped to. A dog's nose was the most sensitive and the best at tracking. Even if they escaped into the void, Lu Su Demon Emperor could still follow the aura left behind by the living beings. Even if the Divine Elephant Demon Emperor, the 9-tailed Demon Emperor, and the others escaped alone, they would not be able to shake off Lu Su Demon Emperor's pursuit. Not to mention, they were carrying billions of living beings of the eastern wilderness. With so many living beings of the eastern wilderness gathered together, their aura was strong. It was too easy for Lu Su Demon Emperor to track them down. Emperor Blue Flame looked sideways and said to the 7 mansions of the east behind him, "The 7 of you, follow Lu Su and bring back all the living beings of the eastern wilderness." He wanted to slaughter all the living beings of the eastern wilderness in front of Dai Yu. He wanted Dai Yu to know the consequences of disobeying him. He wanted Dai Yu to regret it. At this moment, Dai Yu suddenly attacked. Even in the face of 100 imperial emperors, Dai Yu still dared to attack Lu Su Demon Emperor first. After killing this howling celestial dog, the Divine Elephant Demon Emperor and the others would have a much higher chance of escaping. A white hand descended. It looked weak, but it carried endless storms that seemed to be able to tear everything apart. "How dare you!" Emperor Bai Yu's eyes shone brightly. Blood qi surged in his body, emitting extremely strong killing intent. He punched at Dai Yu's palm. Bang! The fist and palm collided. Shock flashed across Emperor Bai Yu's originally confident face, and then his pupils constricted. Poof! Countless bloody wounds appeared on Emperor Bai Yu's arm. His flesh was torn apart by the terrifying storm, and a scarlet blood mist spewed out. In just one move, Emperor Bai Yu was already injured. It wasn't that Emperor Bai Yu's battle strength was weak. It was just that he had underestimated his opponent at the start and didn't know Dai Yu's strength. He didn't even transform into his true body. And in these years, Dai Yu's battle strength had increased with the help of the Yin-Yang Talisman scripture. It was because of this that such a situation was created. The expressions of all the imperial emperors changed when they saw that Emperor Bai Yu was injured. Emperor Bai Yu's battle strength was in the top 3 among them. Even he couldn't block one move from this blood butterfly. How strong was this blood butterfly? Even Emperor Blue Flame was startled by this. This blood butterfly was even stronger than the previous time. Thankfully, they were well prepared this time round and brought sufficient manpower. Otherwise, they would have returned in defeat. "Thank you for saving my life, young master." Demon Emperor Lu Su felt a lingering fear. If Emperor Baiyu hadn't blocked the blood butterfly in front of him, he would have died on the spot from that palm strike. Roar! Emperor Baiyu retreated and transformed into his true form, roaring furiously. A white tiger with a murderous aura appeared. One of its arms was still bleeding and every single drop of blood contained endless killing intent. This was a true white tiger, the legendary Saint Beast bloodline. Emperor Baiyu was snow-white and had a divine might. He had a ferocious aura, and the moment he revealed his true form, his blood chi spread and the auras of the surrounding imperial emperors were suppressed. This was bloodline suppression. Most living beings would feel a fear that came from the depths of their souls when they faced a saint beast like the white tiger. Apart from the azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, there was also that butterfly. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.